welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week of and a very special edition of the Sparkling Tuna Cup number 78. I'm of course your live VIP. Usually I'm alone, but today I'm joined by a very special guest by Kozan.
Hello.
Is that really Kozan? Is that really him?
It is. What's up, everybody? How you doing? I'm here. I snuck in.
Oh my god.
I'm under the desk. And we're here.
Exactly. Kozan taking a brief break from casting over on Soup, of course, on Soup, where you have been casting a lot of events. Thank you so much for dropping by to our lovely little tournament here tonight. Thank you.
Of course. It's a pleasure, man. I appreciate it. And it's always a lot of fun casting with you. It's a lot of fun just seeing you cast as well. But being here, joining the fun, I think this will be a lovely time.
Oh yeah, exactly. We're gonna have a blast here as we are jumping into our first series of the night. And Kozan, why don't you take it away?
All right. Oh, I should be on your camera then, shouldn't I? In the top right side, we got ourselves a red Terran player. It is Percival.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, going for a gas pool opener, we have the South Korean Zerg player for Team Hyper 1. It is 3 points.
I have been learning a little bit of Korean reading, but it's only 2 days so far deep again.
Okay. Have you been
so I don't know if I should. I probably shouldn't try to read what it says on the bottom there. Do you have some text over it already, over the Korean symbols? So?
Yes, yeah.
yes, that makes sense. Probably better, yeah.
It's all good.
I won't draw more attention to it. We've obscured it. It's not there.
Is it inflammatory? Is it not? We don't know. We
don't know. We don't know. I just gotta know the sounds the symbols make here and there.
Okay. Good to know.
Anyway.
So what you're saying is in a couple of weeks you're going to be completely fluent, and I can rely on you on translations.
No. In a couple of weeks, it might be worse again.
Okay.
It could be worse again. We'll have to see.
Oh no.
The learning curve never is a straight line up, lights. You should realize this.
I see. I understand.
That's an overlord being shooed away already. An SCV dying. There's scouting happening overall, but looks pretty. Actually, that bailing that's a lot of Zerglings on the way. Actually.
Oh yeah, man. I hope you're
ready
for
going.
Yeah, I hope you're ready for a bailing, but so again, it was gas first. Gas first opening here at a 3 point into the pool into a bailing nest as well. Did we see any drones? No drones whatsoever.
Oh boy. That Reaper, he has a job to do, and it's counting Zerglings right now. He might be worried. He should be worried.
Mate, I'm worried.
Still on the oh boy, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I'm worried as well because he will block the add-on. Sorry, the reactor is gonna be blocked here by the bailings. Bailings gonna be morphing in. The boys are being pulled. Bailings, they're gonna finish.
Oh god, it's brutal. It's brutal, light. My goodness. That came out of left field, out of nowhere. All right.
Welcome to the Sparkling Tuna Cup. I hope you hope you enjoy your stay.
My goodness, that was quite something. A brutal opening right there, setting the tone, setting a statement, really.
Yes, we didn't really quite get into it, but 3 points. 3 point, of course, he is a Korean Zerg player. I would say 3 point is the cheesiest Zerg player in South Korea. There are aggressive players like Dark and Shin, of course, don't get me wrong, but they can macro. 3 point less so. Like he's all about the cheese, all about the aggression.
Well, now I know.
Let's
go.
My
goodness. Percival should be aware of this now as well. It's probably not going to happen again.
Yeah.
Let's see.
It'll be fine.
I need to. Wait, hold on. There we are. Okay, I'm gonna keep tabs on your camera this time.
All good.
Should I? Here we go.
Yeah. You're so good at this.
We've done practice.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, so we have the player leading the series 1-0. It is a 3 points.
He's going for it.
Oh yeah.
He's doing it again. The wild man himself. Gas straight away.
Yeah, mate, he's ready to slam dunk once again. Gas into pool before the expansion. What I will say, though, very quickly here, Frostline is a larger map, so a bit of a longer distance by ground. And as you mentioned, Kozan, Percival, he just got cheesed out. He should be a lot more mentally prepared, at least, for what's coming his way.
Right, either that or he's already soiled his pants from the match before and he's preoccupied. We don't know.
No. I mean...
no.
It's a regular
It's not something that happens to other people. Is this just me?
I mean, I feel like it's understandable reaction to being cheesed and to be Bane bust in such a way as well. You know, it's fine. It's fine. We've all been there. Yeah. Sometimes.
It's terrible. Anyway. Reaper is coming along. He's sending that SUV again. Right? He should get eaten by the Zerglings. At which point, he's already got his command center on the low ground there.
True.
I mean, it could be okay.
Yeah, I mean, a big factor as well, winding it back a little bit in the last game, is that if you recall, the wall was wide open because we saw the Lings get in just as the add-on swap was coming. So there was no wall to begin with. And I mean, then and there, like, the game was over, right?
Yeah, at that point, I thought I was on your camera, but for some reason, I was on someone's camera looking at an extractor for a moment there. Which was on me as well. It won't happen again, Lights, I promise you.
It's okay. It's okay. It'll probably happen one more time. It's fine. But already, the Reaper doing quite a bit of damage. And oh my god, this time, we're not using the gas for a Bailey Nest. We're using the gas for Burrow.
Ooh! Wait a moment. That's a curious way to try and do this.
Yeah.
I wonder what he is really planning to do with this, because like without a Baneling Nest, is he gonna burrow just Zerglings on like expansions or something like that, or just as scouts?
Yeah,
it might not be a lot of aggression, you know? It's just
Yeah, right? Like, there are Lings on the way, yes, but we're running behind this, right? Like, drones are being made, so 3-point, he is macroing up. He's trying to force an overreaction out of his opponent. And as you mentioned, if he can force a lift, then he can burrow underneath the CC.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Let's go.
There's Hellion there. He's going to have to spend some scans. He does have a third CC on the way, so he should have enough of that, but still frustrating, annoying. And free information for the Zerg. 3 points shoots.
He does.
Saying that right? 3 points shoots.
Are you familiar with NBA terminology? Are you familiar with?
Yes, of course.
Okay. I'll let you take point on that one.
They have the rings, and they have the
they score, right? They get touchdowns.
Yeah.
I think
I know well enough what a 3-point shoot is, but
yeah. You're like, I've watched Space Jam, okay? I know all about basketball.
They have them in there as well. Michael Jordan told me all I need to know.
Exactly. He like stretched his arm from like across the field and he slammed dunks. And I think that was 3 points. I think that is what a 3-point is. Yeah, true.
Yeah. He's already got himself a Raven. Does he know that 3-point shoot likes to go with burrowed Zerglings?
Well, he did
this
actually.
This is just something more usual now, just for the creep clear again. Because this comes into rotation now and again, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, the Burrow was revealed earlier, and he actually targeted his own SCV to kill the Ling with the Hellion, which was quite nice. But Burrow was revealed, so that I'm sure that prompted the Raven. So far, Percival handling himself well, right? Like, as you mentioned, like, he's clearly not too flustered with what he's up against.
Yeah. That's a lot of queens, more than enough. 8 more drones in production. He's not feeling worried at all.
Yeah, exactly. As you mentioned, 3-point, despite the Bane bust in game 1, here we had a bit of a fake out early on. We're droning up. We do have a lair on the way, and it looks to be a little bit more standard, a little bit more mid-game oriented here at a 3-point.
First of all, sticking with his guns as well, though. That third base flying over right now. He's going to have siege tanks to secure it. But once again, a Zergling. Trouble a brewing.
Yeah, exactly.
Lovely placement for those auto turrets. That was really nice.
Yeah, it did actually allow for his Hellions to get out of there, did pull away, was able to thread the middle line. No major damage yet, but is at least keeping tabs on his opponent. Is keeping 3-point busy.
Yeah, making a lovely funnel. And then a cake of Zerglings in between. +1/+1 for both players. Baneling Nest is coming up. This 3-point shoot, like, what do you expect of him here, really? Is he just going to start going with Banelings at some point in the game, or is he very much capable of the late game as well?
He doesn't like it. He doesn't like the late game, but if he has to, he will. That's the thing. Like, it's usually something that is forced into, not his first choice.
Right. Because I don't think it's necessarily something he has to. He probably wants to wait for Baneling's speed, right? Before he does anything aggressive, but... We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, for sure. As Banelings are morphing, we do see Percival now moving out with his own stim timing. Stim is done, 1-1 on the way, and now Percival is gaining map control. We'll see what he can get done as the Banelings done already. Up.
Whoa! Okay. Little hit, little scratch. Nothing to worry about.
Yeah, Percival, he does escape
Not
with
really
most of his army.
Not really either player worried about our engagements, I imagine.
Yeah, a bit of a trade back and forth here. First big sign of tech, though, Infestation Pit is on the way, so 3-point, he is thinking about that Hive tech.
Ooh. Late game it will be. Could be going for a couple of Vipers here, could be going for the Ultralisk quite quickly. Does have the upgrades for them.
Yeah, 100%. So Ultra's going to be very viable here. The Bio Army does stim in. Good position with the tanks. Does force pick up so far. The Marines, they do survive.
Oh, poor Queen. Blown to smithereens. For the counter attack here, it looks like Light. He's left the base.
Yeah, exactly. So the base is going to go down. Nice pick up here by Percival. Back at home, what do we have to defend? There is a tank, but there's not actually too much support here.
That's a great engagement right there. Actually, that tank is not really going down there. Oh, the healing manifacts. Not that much surface area for those Zerglings. Good position from Percival. Manages to stick alive there. And, well, he gets a base. So he's looking pretty sharp right now. Another counterattack is coming in, as well as more Banelings ready to hurt those siege tanks right there.
Yeah, at the same time, a massive lane counterattack. Finally, some SCV is going to be going down. But as you mentioned, 3-point plummets in supply. That was a very inefficient fight out of 3-point. Losing all those things for one tank, and back at home, there's not really much to defend.
Oh, needs to keep the transfuse going. There we go. One queen going down a little bit. But, oh, man, will it matter? Will it matter? Those Banelings, they will need good connections. Another base cut off for reinforcing. Actually, 2 bases right there. That's scary, man.
Yeah, the bases are cut off. Percival going to be gaining ground. Back at him, 22 SCVs did go down, so damage was being dealt. And a 3-point, he has built up something. Bane!
Bit of a set and forget. Trying to use the patrol there with the Marines, but they didn't spread out as much as he probably hoped they would. So 3-point shoot getting a reasonable fight there. Shoos away the Terran army. Gets himself some breathing room.
Yeah, he did some decent damage across the map. Again, 22 worker kills. He was able to defend back at home, keeping up with the drop play as well. 3-point is still in a rough position. He's still slightly behind here, but he is at least surviving, and he saves his 4th base.
Yeah, exactly. Standing to the left instead of to the right. First of all, unfortunate for him. He took a wrong turn. The GPS was set to the wrong place.
Yeah, it didn't
Until
find the
now.
fourth. I mean, finds a fifth though, so still dealing some damage.
Not a big counter-attack already set up here for 3 points. But, well, he's being a bit careful with it.
Yeah, it does pull away. Meanwhile, you called it earlier when it comes to Link Bane into Hype Tech into Ultras. Ultra having does get thrown down, but still a ways off here for 3 points.
Exactly. It's only 3 siege tanks, so I think the Ultralisk here a good call instead of going with Vipers right now with the gas. There are Liberators coming up, however. So Percival seeming to be anticipating the switch up here. It's not that crazy of a switch, of course.
Yeah, exactly.
And now, well, this is a lot of trouble. Oh my dear goodness, lights. This is a pickle.
Yeah, 4 queens going down. Liberation has arrived, going for the expansion. Won't quite get the base, but is still trading very well. Does drag the entire army of 3 point all the way back home, keeping him distracted here by the drop play. And likewise, can also scout that Ultra Cavern.
Oh, yep. And those queens, he needs those. He doesn't have that many spore crawlers right now. He has 3 of them, but it's going to be tough to get close to those Liberators. There is a Viper right here that could pull him into some safety. Does finally clean this up, but another push is about to hit his 4th.
Yeah, exactly. Percival just pulling 3 point apart. The first Ultra is on the way. 3-3 upgrade still not done for the Zerg. And likewise, 3 point is not quite in position here. The base is exposed.
Again, auto turrets making a bit of a makeshift wall off here. Makes it difficult for Zerglings to immediately jump in there, as well as Banelings. And, well, right now, I'm impressed with Percival. He's doing a bang-up job. I think there might be like a final shot here for 3 point, right? He is going with the counter-attack. This is good. It's going to buy him, again, more time to kind of stick around in this game. Equaling out the economy a little bit.
Yeah, not bad. 17 SCVs going down. Did lose an expansion, but throughout all this, he's slowly building up that Ultra count. He's building up his Vipers as well. Like, the quality of the army for 3 point is getting there, but the economy is struggling.
It really is. It's a good thing there's mostly Marines right now available for Percival, so he, you know, these Ultralisks really buying a lot of room and space right now. Even the Liberators, all the Liberators got taken out, like.
Yeah. Liberators did go down. Back then, what do we have to defend? We have some Vikings. Vikings, they're not going to help.
Oh. Nibble, nibble. Let's keep the planetary. It's another attack. Oh, that is a gruesome one. We'll keep things going. Good with the wine.
Yeah, solid wind mine hit here.
Down to 3 base mining right now. Wait, is that now? It's basically 2 base mining for 3 points, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, he's losing patches, right? He's running out of patches in the main, the natural, and the 3rd base as well. Trying to get a 4th base up and running. Likewise, Percival on a much better economy. He has a fresh mining base fully saturated here, and he's able to transition. We have the Ghost Academy finally on the way for Percival.
There we are. That's what we needed. That's the final nail in the coffin, potentially. Because right now, it feels like there's still an opportunity for these Ultralisk and the Vipers. This feels a bit unnecessary, perhaps, but there you go.
Yeah.
He's going for the planetary. I don't know precisely. Well, he will go down, but he needs these Ultras. He needs them to do so much right now.
Yeah, and he does fairly well. Did lose a couple of Ultras, true, as you mentioned, but he gets the base, he gets the middle line. Remember, this is the base that was keeping Percival ahead in this game, and now he's down to 3 bases himself.
You could try to fly over maybe from the main base. That could be a solid choice. Well, he only has 47 SCVs. I guess he's already not that worried with having another mineral line ready to be saturated, but man, this is a scrappy game all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, like, the Ultra count is pretty high. And even though we have the Ghost Academy, there's no Ghosts, right? Without Ghosts, these Ultras, they're going to be a problem.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of kiting is going to be required here. Ooh, 3 Ghosts now in production. There we are.
Yeah, Ghoster on the way. The initial drop is going to be deflected. Nice power bomb, nice splits here out of Percival. Going for a split push is denying bases here with these Wither Mines. But 3 Point, he is building up. He's going for his own counterattack. And Percival, is he ready for this?
I hope he is, for his sake. He's got a good factory there. That's going to help out. The Vipers, however, are looking for the siege tanks. There's the abduct. One more siege tank available. I believe the second one now setting up. Perhaps that's the Liberator. I think that's the Liberator. Good choice there as well. Can he make it work?
Yeah,
those buildings, man. Just the two funnels, the two channels of Zerg.
Yeah, exactly the same.
Absolute demolishments.
Yeah, he defends like Percival. He holds, but he will lose his mineral line. 23 more SVs going down. Fungal lands.
Oh, is this it? Is this the turnaround? Suddenly coming in once again. Is he going to get himself another mineral line? That would be quite big.
Oh my god.
Merciful supplies suddenly plummeting.
Yeah,
One fungal growth.
The hero fungal, the ultras themselves, they're going to be going down. There's one ultra remaining. There's a couple of links that are trickling in as well. Percival, he's barely holding on, but again, he did lose so many SCVs in the process here. And back at home, 3 Point, he's left alone. He's left to saturate.
Okay, 3 points. You got me back on your team. It's looking solid now all of a sudden. I wanted those Ultralisks to do a lot for him, and they definitely did. He's got himself back on top, kind of, well, at least in supply. The army supply, quite even. But workers, that's where the big difference is right now. He's re-established that 4th base, so...
Yeah,
there we are.
The 4th base is getting up and running.
Maker.
Yeah, the 4th base trying to get back up and running here for Percival as well. It's getting there. It's getting to that point. 3 Point even actually taking up as well. Spire is on the way to help deal with those Liberators.
Oh.
Yeah, well, just, you know, they distract. They get a bit of damage. Likewise, Percival, he has to be active. He has to do something across the map. He can't just leave 3 Point alone.
No, he cannot. He needs to be active, and preferably he wants to keep him preoccupied, away from setting up counterattacks, away from having Ultralisks suddenly on his planetary or in his SCV lines. Parasitic Bomb. It is a naughty, naughty spell, isn't it? Wait, that Medevac! Ooh, going down.
Oh.
Oof.
Yeah, that was definitely a bit of a misstep there, not being able to unload in time. So big pickup from a 3 Point. 3 Point looking that much more comfortable. We do have to say though, I mean, again, the Liberator and Ghost Count is slowly building up. If we can get some nice Sim City, then we could try to force that channel, that choke point, right, that funnel that it was able to make use of earlier. We could still pull off a defense. It's still going to be a tough one though for Percival.
Will be. But you know what? Barricading himself in. We know he has what it takes to set up a good fortified position here. Just needs to find the angles, and he needs to anticipate where the Zerg is going to be coming from correctly. We see the sensor towers trying to help him out with that, being great tools, but as you can see, this place right now quite open. Needs to maneuver that entire army all of a sudden back to this flank. Keep up the pace, boys. Keep it running. Keep it running.
Gotta get the hell out of there. I mean, Percival, he holds. He's establishing bottom right. This is one of the difficulties here of Frostline, is just how exposed some of these bases can be. Like, we have our 4 base setup, but the 5th base here is very isolated and likewise very spread out as well between, you know, the bottom right and top left.
Yeah, for sure. It's a bit of an interesting one. I don't know if I would have wanted him to go top left or bottom right. I mean, he's going bottom right. It's closer to one of the expansions of the Zerg, so it will be easier to push in, but it feels a bit further away from the other, more valuable base, as you say.
Yeah, for sure. And here comes a big engage. We have some decent mine connections popping up here on the Ling Pain, but the Ghosts, can they get out of here? They're looking a bit exposed.
Vipers get picked off. Okay, Medevacs are not safe, however. Look at those Corruptors. Oh my.
Yeah, we do boost away in time. I mean, nice time from the Vipers, as you mentioned. The splits here with the Corruptors. They're going for the Medevacs. The Ultras are pushing in. There's actually not much support here. The Ultras are going to be on their own. There's not much Ling Bane.
Okay. Man, this is a tactical game right now he's playing. Needs to shoot them down as quickly as possible. 8 more SUVs going down. He does not have that many of them. How many orbitals? What's the mule count? It's only 3 orbitals as well. That's not that many.
Yeah, only 3 orbitals. Likewise, reinforcers, they get caught in the center of the map as well. Every ghost is so valuable here. And another ghost goes down.
Oh my, this could be it. He's coming in once again. That's a lot of Zerglings. I don't think he has the amount of snipes he needs to kill all those Zerglings. There's a problem.
Yeah, exactly. We do see Lings, they crush on through. Snipes on the Ultras. Ultra's going to be going down. But once again, they bust into the mineral line, and we lose what little SCVs we have left here. 7, 8 more SCVs going down.
Yeah. He's not trading efficiently anymore either that much against the army at the moment. He's losing a lot of boys, a lot of Marines, a lot of Marauders. Medevacs going down, and the army supply for both these players looking quite low. But, well, 3 points. He can rebuild. Oh, this is just cruel. He's taking the minerals and the orbital is still there. He's still there.
He's taking his base. He's taking it for himself here. There's also still anti-air corruptors. The CC might go down.
Oh my goodness. He came into the house, started hanging up his pictures, even though it's only not supposed to move in until next week.
Oh, no.
And Percival's just there like, all right, I guess I'll start packing up my things then right now. I guess I'll move out because you'll eat me up if I stay here.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh.
He's taking his home right now, and what can Percival really do here? He's going to be forced out. He's going to try to fight for it. Likewise, nice snipes here on the Vipers. Vipers go down, but there's just so much more Ling Bane.
Yeah, this is starting to look cruel, but those, I mean, the supplies, they're still so close together. If he just manages to, I don't know, kill the final Ultralisk, the final boss that's still alive. Who knows? Maybe he will be able to get himself back onto some drone lines here or there with a Liberator or 2. It doesn't have to be that much, but he needs to make it work.
Oh, yeah, likewise, catching out 2 of those infestors. 1 infestor does barely survive. Nice cutting with trickling with a handful of Lings. Right now, 3 Point being a little bit wasteful here with his assault. He's trying to hold on to this base, but as you mentioned, this is also still a really difficult base for 3 Point to defend as well.
Yeah, he's coming back in with his boxes still in hand. He's like, no, wait, I talked to the landlord and I'm here to settle the matter. We're going to be roommates for a little bit here.
I like in your narrative, Percival, he's so diplomatic. Like, he's so... he's like, hold on now, mister, okay? I spoke with the landlord.
Wait.
Have you know?
There's creep everywhere, all over the floor now. And he's like, oh, no. Oh, dear, can he hold on? Can he hold on? Those ghosts, they are in a pickle, but they're holding strong. They're being healed up, patched up. Bandages being thrown out of that medevac down to the ground, keeping them alive. Prosthetic limbs, legs, everything they got throwing onto those. I don't know how medevacs works. GG is called. There it is. My goodness, what a battle!
Oh,
what a battle! He managed to get one of those liberators on the expansions, and that just made it very hard for 3 Point to still mine.
I mean, 3 Point, he had a higher drone count, but as you mentioned, right, he wasn't able to mine from bottom right, wasn't able to mine from bottom center, the base of Percival either, so he was also running out of money, and barely, I mean, it was a scrappy game, mate. It was very scrappy, very back and forth, but we can ace match.
Very much so. I see the lobby link. Whispers of Gold. The deciding match.
Here we go. Again, we got
I'm feeling Bailing Bust again. I'm gonna say it's gonna maybe.
Go on.
I just like Bailing Bust. It's been a while since I've seen them, okay?
Fair. That's fair.
Still exciting to me. Again.
Like, do it again, Pappy. Do it again. Don't fake us out with borrow.
Tell him light. You gotta let him know, like, that we want. That's what I want. Anyway, okay, let's introduce, please.
Yes, here we go. We're getting into our ace match of our first match of the night. In the top left-hand corner, we have our South Korean Terran player clawing his way back from the brink with 20 SCVs, by the way, at the end of that game. It is a Percival.
And the, what is it, bottom right side? That's a blue Zerg that resides. He is an evil creature, but that's why we like him. It is 3-point shoot.
Yes, don't leave your doors unlocked around him, otherwise he'll move in. He'll just...
He'll just jump, get all his little worker drones into your house, start taking all the valuables, and pack up and out of there.
Oh no. Or at least he'll try to. I mean, again, shout out to Percival for clawing his way back in. Things looking dire, right? Things looking very dire there for Percival, but he never gave up. He never relented. He was very persistent, tenacious, if you will. It was impressive. Impressive.
It really was. I thought he was dead. Honestly, seeing those worker numbers, I truly thought he was a goner. And I'm not quite sure how else you should approach that from 3-point shoot, because like maybe you gotta let off the steam a little bit, but that gives Percival time to set up all those bases in different locations, right? Float them around, be versatile and flexible as Terran players can be. But yeah, keeping that aggression up, you gotta stay on top of the trade values that are going down, you know? How many Ultralisks am I losing against? How many units am I picking off here? And if you just can't get those numbers to go your way as much as you need them to, yeah, you see what happens. You just keep losing out on just trading value. And well, Percival with just what was it, 3 ghosts and a dream, manages to stick it out.
I mean, ghosts, they're pretty good.
Well, you know,
Yeah, they're pretty.
they really are.
But 100%.
They're fun units, though. They are really fun units to play with.
For sure, for sure. I mean, again, as you mentioned, like 3-point, he was getting a little bit wasteful, maybe just a little bit too excited, trying to end the game prematurely. As a result, he was throwing away a lot of ultras throughout that game. And likewise, he wasn't really droning up too much himself, right? He wasn't necessarily getting to like a proper like 80 worker count and like proper saturation. He was being very aggressive at times to his own detriment. So one of those things where like 3-point maybe has to calm down a little bit, but at the same time, it's 3-point, you know? Like he's not calm by nature. Like he's he's an animal, you know. It's what he likes.
Yeah. He does things as aggressive as he can and nothing less. I mean, it's definitely a Zerg style, isn't it? I love watching those developments sometimes where it's like a very aggressive Zerg, and then in the best of 7, sometimes they throw out an actual macro build, and it's the cheesiest thing they can do. It's just wonderful to see. But yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot about just building your character and how people see you as well as a pro player. Sometimes in this world, like you can take it very, very far. How you shape the perception people have of you in a way, and then play with that perception with your playstyle yourself. It's what makes StarCraft great, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, it goes to the extreme even on the other side, right? With like Gerald, for example, right? Like he was like the macro monster for a long time. Yeah. And in recent years, he started to cheese a little bit. You know, every now and then he'd go for an all-in, and he completely catches players off guard because they expect macro, right?
Exactly. It's such a big strength. Just the catching the enemy unaware, just like this, you know. Yeah. Couple of Zerglings, all of a sudden, he's like, I know when you leave with those Hellions, I know the timing for that. Here we are, we get a mule, we get an SCV. Your Hellions are nowhere near my drone line where they would like to be. And, lovely stuff.
Yeah. 3 SCVs. He also, he drags the army back home to defend as well. He gives himself some breathing room, and behind this we see 3-point actually going for a lair first. Still no tech structures yet, no Bailey Nest, no earlier Evo chambers for the time being. We'll still see how he does develop in this game. Likewise, economic build here by Percival, 30C already floating in.
Having a Banshee at the helm as well. Probably a good shout to have one of those. Or he's going for 2. I don't know how many more he'll get. Probably stick to 2, maybe 3. But we do see that Roach Warren being built. So I think that's he's on the right track here with his army composition.
Yeah, so as opposed to the previous 2 games with a lot of Ling Bane, or a lot of focus on Ling Bane, here we have Roaches instead. We can commit into pure Roach Ravager. We could see him transition out of this a little bit later on as well, but we'll see what he can get done. As for now, Percival is still being active and now moving out with those Banshees.
Spore Crawlers are about to be ready. Queens are in reasonable numbers, 6 queens in total. It's more than a lot of other people would make these days. There they are, pounding away at the drone population. 5 of them fall. Oh, gruesome.
Yeah, 5 drones go down for one of the Banshees. One of the Banshees did fall in the process. Likewise, Hellions looking for a way in, but the Queens so far, they're keeping up with the rotations. They're zoning the Hellions away. We do have range upgrades in production here, so it looks like 3 Point is committing, for now at least, into Roach Ravager.
It's a strong, durable army. Again, pack a mean bunch, and especially in this earlier mid-game, we might see a bit of a push coming along. And, well, how many siege tanks? There's 1 siege tank right now. The rest of it looks like we're gonna have 5 barracks production, only 1 factory. Yeah, that is... well, we'll see how those roaches will do.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see how aggressive...
Is Percival aware, actually?
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't seen the tech yet. He didn't get behind the 3rd base, so he isn't fully aware what's going on. For now, just focusing on drop play to get damage done, but also to scout the army composition to see the roaches.
Just making a lot of marines, that can be a bit tough. Okay, there's a good pack of roaches. Oh my. Well, that's one way to get ahead.
Yeah, there we go. Distracts you on the right-hand side. Distracts the roaches. Hellions, they slip in. Banshee in towards the natural as well. 15 drones going down.
That's insane. 60 now. Banshee does go down. Oh.
Up. He wants more. Yeah, getting 19, getting up to 21, 22.
Alright, Percival, you really put 3 points in a bit of a position right now, and we're seeing him react to that position by just making a ton more roaches, a ton more zerglings, and off he goes down into Terran Lane. Doesn't quite have the bios to land on that siege tank. That is a pity, as they're bombarded over and over again. Does not quite get it. 3 siege tanks endlessly barraging. Oh, what a shame.
Oh my god, yeah, not a single tank goes down. The repairs are too good. The tanks, they just survive.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that is so rough. That was so painful to see. Man, he put enough biles in that 1 siege tank to kill like the entire army, but they were just too far apart from one another.
Yeah, not the best time biles there. Again, the 3 Point was forced into the all-in because of the mass aggression at Percival getting 22 drone kills in the blink of an eye with a tri-pronged attack. It was all or nothing for 3 Point, and unfortunately the biles were just a little bit lackluster there, and he couldn't break through. That was crazy.
That was a cool match.
Yeah.
That was a cool match. Percival sticking true to his guns, getting himself a advancement.
GG, well played. Percival does take the series at 2-1, does advance on into the next round. My condolences to 3 Point. He does fall here in the first round as well, but it was a banger of a series, and we're going to be following Percival into the round of 16.
All right. Who's his next opponent?
Oh, exactly. Here we go. Exclamation mark. Be in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. As we switch our scenes over, we've had a lot of results coming in already. And as you mentioned, Percival, he already has an opponent ready and waiting for him. It is going to be the Korean Protoss player, LunaSea.
Hey, all right. Another Korean I'm not that familiar with.
Yeah, LunaSea, he's more of an up-and-comer here, similar to 3 Point, similar to, I don't know if you're familiar with your Percivals, with Honmono, with Quanta, with Rebellion, right? Like, these are the Korean players that are not quite at the top of the top. They're more like, you know, quote-unquote, like Code A players, if you will, but they're still very active players nonetheless, and they're kind of like nipping at the heels at these top pros.
Yeah, that's really cool to see. I'm looking at him on Wikipedia right now. A handsome lad, isn't he? Showing his knees. If you want to see LunaSea's knees.
Oh my god.
It's an opportunity.
Are we allowed to show that on Twitch? Are we allowed to?
Probably, right?
It's fine. But yeah, LunaSea.
He's wearing pants.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry. But yeah, he's going to be facing off against Percival here in the next round. Likewise, we actually have a lot of updates here. The majority of the first round in the bracket has concluded.
Let's take a gander right there. Any surprising results that stick out to you?
So far, I mean, we kind of went over this previously, but the first round is more so pro players up against more amateur players, so things are a little bit more one-sided. We were lucky enough to get, you know, some big GMs facing off in the first round, so we had a fortunate first round, but it is definitely the match that really sticks out the most.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Maybe a pro player was AFK or something like that.
maybe. The only one that points out that sticks out to me is Rebellion. Rebellion, he went up against Ateshi in the first round. Ateshi is another Korean Protoss player. Ateshi, we also kind of spoke about this, but Ateshi, he's actually one of the stronger Protoss players in StarCraft Evolution. He does play a lot of SC Evo. So he's, I would say, even a stronger player than Rebellion in that mode, but here he does win the first round.
Okay. I hate this game is in the brackets too as well.
Yeah.
It's doing well. That's impressive. I admire that, you know, sticking to even though you hate something, sticking to it and being successful at it. That's truly admirable.
There you go. I believe I hate this game. I think that's Honmono. I'm pretty sure that's Honmono.
Okay.
I don't know if you're familiar with Honmono. I don't.
Not entirely, no.
You're like, oh, yes, I know who that is. Moving on.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Would you like to explain some stuff to me here? What's?
Well, we just experienced 3 Point for the first time here. Honmono is like the Terran version of 3 Point, where he is hyper aggressive, hyper cheesy. He's a Korean Terran as well, and he's an animal. He's an absolute animal. Yeah.
Another animal.
Yes.
Got all these animals here, like, oh my goodness.
It's the CranKy Ducklings. I mean, mate, what do you expect? What do you? We're all
I guess so. I guess so. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Man, this is what we'd like to see. I love that sort of stuff, man. The aggression, the brazen, just let's just go with it and send everything in. I was looking back at some earlier games of StarCraft 2, and then as well, it's just like a lot more of that sort of stuff. And what was interesting to me, seeing like both players just kind of running their armies into one another, and neither of the players really falling back or kiting or something like that, right? Normally there's one force that's kind of trying to kite, and the other army giving chase because they want to have fights, and these people don't want to as much. But there's none of that. It's just like, let's go! Everything. No. I'm pretty sure I'll win this fight, and the other person's also like, I think you're wrong. I think I've got this one. Right? There's less clarity for the people involved about what's going to happen, but in the exchange of the units.
Yes, when you see these two players face off and neither one has any kind of sense of self-preservation, they just want to just want to go at each other's throats, and it's a thing of beauty at times, a thing of beauty.
It's so fun. The true inner beast of StarCraft.
Exactly. Speaking of inner beasts, we are jumping into our second series of the day. We're getting into our round of 16, and Kozan, why don't you take it away?
All right. In the bottom left side, we got ourselves the Terran we've been following in a previous TVZ. Will he be able to stand the test against the TVP as well? It is Percival.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Teal Protoss player from South Korea. He's crazy. He's a bit of a lunatic. He is LunaSea.
He sees the loony. No, wait. I messed that up so badly in so many ways. He sees the moon.
There you go. Yeah. He sees everything. It's crazy. Oh my
He
god.
sees it all from there. Off he goes. The little Probicans. LunaSea. Is LunaSea a aggressive player, you would say?
Yeah, he is. He is.
Yeah?
he lives up to his name, the LunaSea of LunaSea.
That makes sense. I would love to have a conversation with these people, right, that have gotten into StarCraft 2 at a later point in time, but still carry on towards a professional track of StarCraft 2, you know, playing at this level of competition. Where it's like, you know how that development is, right? Normally, people that play very aggressive are more successful, and then slowly but surely, the defensive players, they figure more and more stuff out. And the more the game gets figured out, you know, the more defensive play becomes dominating, basically. But then, as a new player, how does that work? Do you then still just, you know, does it feel better to just still be aggressive, or I don't know? It's curious to me. How would you try to approach that, really?
Yeah.
Would you try to just be defensive straight away, try to catch up, or would you try to go with that path of more success earlier on with aggression?
I mean, personally, I'm more of like a quote-unquote like macro player. I like just calming down and taking more bases, making workers, and having an economy. But like when it comes to like more aggressive styles, I mean, the argument to that is, I mean, there are very successful players, right? There's players like, you know, your Darks, your Shins, who are willing to shake it up and be like more quirky and be in your face, especially Dark in like ZVP, for example. And I mean, he's like the best Zerg player in Korea, right? Like it's great. Like how can you argue against that? It's like, it works. It works.
I once. No, I'm a massive Dark nerd. But yeah, he's so decisive. I feel like Dark does aggression, though, usually off of key notes that he saw being hit in the game, you know? But he will pull that trigger, man. If he thinks you just messed up a little bit, he's like, all right, then, here we go. I know how to finish this. Other nade's gonna bounce.
Yeah, KDA shot is going to be going up.
Not going in.
Yeah, first step goes down. As you mentioned, doesn't quite make it in here. It will take down the next adept just barely, and he will bust into the mineral line.
Interesting. All right, well, a lot of military units going down there. It's going to be difficult to catch these Hellions now, I suppose. 5-6 probes will be killed. It's probably all very much worth it.
Yeah, not bad. Getting 6 workers, also getting a full scout of the main, getting eyes on the Twilight Council opener and and Blink. So not a bad move here whatsoever from Percival, especially considering Hellion Reaper doesn't really scale too well into a longer game.
True. His own expansion, I don't know, I didn't exactly. Did he go 1-1-1 before the CC, or?
Oh no.
No.
He went for a bit of an earlier CC.
Right.
Just was building in the main.
Yeah. Okay. I wasn't quite sure, because if he did do something like that, the numbers wouldn't match up as much in my head to.
Yeah.
He would have had to get more done, but no. That CC is flying there. We're good.
Yeah, it's now being laid on location. Likewise, behind this, LunaSea going for his third as well. So pretty economic build by LunaSea. He's being active with these Stalkers, that is true, but he has no prison behind this. He has no extra gateways behind this either. Just 3-gate blink. Safe play at the LunaSea.
Like that. First of all, this is courageous movements with these siege tanks, I want to say. Okay, acceptance.
Yeah, nice movement here by LunaSea, catching out a couple of Marines. Meanwhile, the tanks, they siege up on the high ground, and Peg Volley's going to be going off here on those Stalkers. Can he protect the tanks? He can!
Oh. Catches some of them. 2 Stalkers already going down. This Terran army is giving me a bit of a claustrophobic feeling right now, but another Stalker goes down. And the Zealots. Okay, he's racking up the kills here.
Yeah, he's getting a lot done. He's going for the pylon as well. That is Nartosis pylon in the gateway. The Robic is C-powered as well. The points are being pulled.
There's the blink right on the backside. The siege tanks will fall, but look at the amount of probes going down as well. Absolutely madness. And another siege tank. Oh, he's not going to clean this up even, is he?
I mean, it's going to be
just a slaughter.
Yeah, it's going to be close. The tank finally goes down. Meanwhile, Marines, they do still bust into the main. 15 probes going to be falling. He could still find some more damage here in the main base as well. And Percival, he just rallies across the map.
Disgusting. Disgusting. That's Stalker right there, man. Just dying due to the infantry walking in one at a time, taking it down, trying to repower up those gateways. LunaSea, I mean, doesn't quite have the minerals right now to really produce much of anything anyway. And losing that pylon right there again, that's gonna be. I mean, how do you continue in any way here?
I mean, you don't is the reality. As the Immortal goes down, Stalkers, they're going to be kited back. There's only 2 Stalkers remaining. Yes, there is Blink. Yes, we can micro our hearts out, but once again, the mineral line is exposed, and once again, even more probes going down.
Oh my goodness. Oh, the recon. It's not going to save. It saved one of them, I think. The chosen probe. Killed the one who survived.
That's all that survived. the one probe that lived did make it up, but GG gets called.
He's gonna have to run off into the woods and build a new Protoss tribe at some point elsewhere. Man, very aggressive, very aggressive. I thought that was madness going in with those siege tanks, but. LunaSea, just a couple of Stalkers just dangling around the edge of those siege tanks, suddenly getting bombarded by their artillery fire. And, well, Stalkers, they do die quickly at that point. If you're not ready to go in once the bombardment starts, you start losing units. And then bleeding out a couple more units again. And then it becomes too much. It becomes too much. Especially when Percival doesn't make any more mistakes from that point onwards either.
Yeah. It's in that kind of situation, that kind of defense, like as you're mentioning, every Stalker counts, right? Every Stalker counts, especially as a Protoss player. You don't really have many units to work with to begin with, so you have to be so decisive or careful with your army, and bleeding out a couple Stalkers here and there, things can very quickly escalate out of control.
Yeah. Preservation, it's the name of the game for the Protoss in a lot of cases.
Preservation?
Preservation.
Yeah.
And persevering with preservation.
It's all good. But you're going for like a pun with Percival or something, but it's all good.
First of all, persevering. All right. Let's get into this next game.
Let's jump in. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our South Korean Terran leading the series 1-0. It is a Percival.
His opponents in the teal, it's the Protoss player, LunaSea. Trying an opener that is supposed to keep you quite safe and allow for some aggressive pushes as well. But getting a bit blindsided by the blatant just moving forwards of his enemy. It just kept happening.
Yeah, again, it was a very assertive play there from Percival. Very impressive. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to pull that off here on Frostline on a bit of a larger map, but already kicking things off with a win, has momentum on his side, and once again, Percival going for a double gas opener. So similarly to the previous game, it's going to be a delayed CC. It's going to be racks into factory, then into the command center.
Love to see it. It worked out, so may as well do it again.
Yeah, exactly.
We
Meanwhile,
gotta remember as well that the Hellions did do quite a couple of probes damage-wise earlier on in the game as well, didn't it?
yeah, true, right? The layup for the 3 points, is that how that works? Is that I don't.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's basketball. I know
know.
basketball.
Okay.
No, wait, it could be a volleyball term as well.
True. Volleyball. It's basically it's basketball. I mean, there's a net. There's a ball.
Yeah, basketball is cooler, right? Nice. Basketball is cooler. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Well, actually, you know what? No, sorry, my apologies. I've seen Space Jam. I've seen I have seen and I have indulged in some basketball anime before in my time.
Yeah.
It's good.
Oh god, what are they called? Kiriko no Basket?
Yeah, Kuroko no Basket. You know.
Yeah. I've seen it.
That's
how basketball dreams are started, man.
There you go. It's a little bit different when you have like, you know, superpowered like shonen basketball players, you know, like shooting hoops from like halfway across the map. But it's, you know, it's I'd like to believe that happens IRL as well.
Yeah. No, they're all based on real historical figures of basketball. I'm pretty sure all the characters.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a lot of stuff happening in this game right now. Like, I don't know if we should assess it. Should we just point the camera at it for a bit and be like moving on, or?
We can just keep talking about basketball. I mean, I felt a little bit embarrassed last game when I was like, you know, he's crazy, he's a lunatic. But last game we had some standard safe player to LunaSea. But this is what we know. This is what we love. Proxy Dark Shrine, mate. Let's go.
Reapers are coming into the main base right now. They have a shield battery to work against, so it takes them a while to kill. And how is it already 6?
It's crazy, mate. The Reapers in the main base, the Hellions at the natural, 6 probes already going to be going down. This will slow down his opponent, but he doesn't get eyes on the proxy. This is good damage, but he doesn't know what's coming his way. The DTs are warping in.
That's true. That's very true. He doesn't have an Enshi Bay. He's no energy whatsoever. He does have a tech lab right next to his starports, but that is still, you know, he doesn't quite have the gas right now. Okay, he could be in a lot of trouble.
He could be.
He could be in a lot of trouble.
Thankfully, only one DT. Only one. Sorry, never mind. 2 DTs. One in both minimized SCVs going to be going down at the same time. The main armies do clash. The tank is going to get a lot of damage done here, but LunaSea just has to buy some time here to whittle away this army as he's doing so much across the map.
And they come ready to nibble on that little siege tank right there. He's already going for the starboards. The brains on this man.
Defensive
he knows
DT.
where his victory's going to be.
Yeah, and defensive DTs as well. With that, he defends back home. He deflects the attack. Likewise, there's the first scan being thrown down, but the DT will escape. Oh no!
Gets out. Gets back in. He's okay. He's okay. There we are. Another scan. Oh, he's not. He got greedy the first scan, so the second scan got him.
Yeah, second scan will clean up, but in the aftermath here, despite getting so many probe kills earlier, he is down to 24 SCVs.
Yeah, it's a low number right now, and another DT is okay, just barely. Imagine, just how much of a displeasurable feeling that would have given Percival if that had gotten in.
No, I mean, that would have been game then and there, and even then it's still a rough position for Percival. Depot goes down, Natural is under fire. We do see Percival going for a committed drop across the map. He has to get something done across the map, desperately so, otherwise he's going to be out of this.
Okay, third base going to be under fire. The Viking drop, as you do.
But there's just the invisible, he's everywhere. He's everywhere.
He's going to keep it alive. Yeah, Pylon here is not really going to tie up the game right now. Might have to pull some other punches. The siege tanks, the siege tank push Doesn't look as strong as it did previously.
Not this time here. There's barely any support. Yeah, there's 3 tanks, but again, we need more than just those tanks. Likewise, LunaSea's army gets spotted. He does warp in. Charge is done, by the way. He's going to go for the kill. He's going for the tanks.
Yeah, this is just going to start overwhelming here. Zealots rushing in. More and more are going to be warped in endlessly, as the ones who are here never will get shot down. It looks like Percival taps out, tidying up a tied-up game series. A series of a game.
It's tidy.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Very tidy.
GG, well played. We're tied up at 1-1, as you were saying, and once again, we find ourselves in another ace match.
That's what happens. That's what happens. We are, that's, you know, it's, I think it's our synergy, right? I think that's what makes it happen.
Really, they just want us to, they just want to hear about more anime. That's all they want.
And listening to this stream, like,
Exactly.
Do a game 3, right?
And they can get away with it too, because like, because we're not talking about the game. Like, what? It's fine.
Maybe they'll talk about my favorite anime if we keep going.
Let's go, as we are getting into the ace match. We've had aggression from both sides, right? We had the aggressive stylings of Percival in game 1. We had the proxy dark shrine into DTs in game 2. Here in game 3, do we calm things down? Do we macro, or just do we cheese once again?
I don't know. I went to no. Okay, in the bottom left. That is a red Terran player. He's already had quite a bit of a run, but that doesn't mean he's through the works just quite yet. He could just get started. This could be his last game. It is Percival.
And spawning in the bottom, or in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean teal player, the Protoss player, finally flexing and showing his colors in that last game. It is LunaSea.
What kind of proxy would you like? I know you would love a proxy, obviously,
yeah.
like anyone would. What kind of proxy would you like?
I mean, we already got DTs, right? Already got some Dark Templar. And Percival, he's not really one to do it. If Gumiho was here, yo, proxy 111, either proxy tank or proxy BC. That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy.
Ooh, that would be crazy. I love those as well. They really feel like special matches at those points.
For sure. We'll see. We'll see what our players have.
Also, Special did that as well.
Oh, okay.
Quite a bit, didn't he?
Yeah.
I think. At least I remember the battle cruisers versus Cyril, I believe it was. I think he proxied those. I don't remember. I just remember all the battle cruisers in the sky with their guns. Glorious battle.
Fair enough. As it looks like we are slowing things down a little bit here. Percival, this time single gas opener, delayed second gas, which means a faster CC on the low ground, as opposed to the previous 2 games. This time a much more economic start by Percival.
Okay. So he may be in a bit more, well, how do you say this? A more vulnerable position if we do get ourselves those Blink Stalkers again. But the bunker already in production right there at the front, so I don't see him cutting any corners.
Yeah, despite the greedy start, still playing it safe, you know, with that bunker, making sure it's secure. Reaper gets across the map, dancing with the army, and ideally this Reaper does want to get an eye on the tech of choice here. Twilight Council is going to be thrown down for LunaSea, and the Reaper will dip in and will be able to scout.
Not bad. Always good to be in the know. Realize what is happening. It's in the art of war, if I'm not mistaken. Know thy enemy as you know yourself, or something along those lines.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah,
Very wise sometimes, like I am.
I'm pretty sure there was a passage in the Art of War about laying up and about landing that 3 points as well. I'm pretty sure is in there.
Yeah. And how it is comparable to a DT proxy.
It's crazy prophetic, the lines in the Art of War. I don't know how. You knew about StarCraft back then. It's crazy.
It describes how to perfectly Reaper nade yourself past the Protoss wall as well.
It really does. It really does. Yeah.
It really does, yeah.
It took a while for us to transcribe that part, actually, which is why we actually haven't seen that until recent times. But that is a new revelation. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Not wrong.
Yeah. People will get to it eventually. The players will all get to read it, of course. It's only being distributed right now to the professional casters such as us, but it will be available to the broader audience.
Yes, a new revised edition of the Art of War that includes DT and Reaper strategy. It's true. It's true.
Yes. He's here again. Look at this. This man. He's got a pair on him.
Yeah, I mean, he's
ready
coming
with
with
another 2 siege tanks.
Yeah, he's here with his 2 tanks. He's going to be getting siege here from the production. But massive dive here out of LunaSea, though. Oh my god.
Is that good? Wait.
I mean, it was crazy. It was bold. It was 4 stalkers for 1 tank and a medevac. It's some okay damage here, and it looks like it may be enough to really slow this down. The final tank is looking that much more exposed. Despite that, the Marines are pushing in.
I think that may have been good, man. Look at this. There's just not enough now to really hurt those stalkers.
Yeah,
it's just much more capable of microing them away, getting all the safety, you know, because the real threat is those 2 siege tanks hitting you at the same time when they're in siege mode. That's like very, very hard to do anything about. But this was very nice. Just taking the one down before the other one was even in siege mode.
Yeah.
Very decisive.
Very, very bold play there out of LunaSea. Back in 4 gate blink, by the way. It's 4 gateways to warp in to reinforce. He's going to commit. The tank is on siege. He's going for the dive.
Yeah, that bunker, it might be there for not that long. Wait a moment. It will be.
The repair's really good here. We do repair. We do keep the bunker alive. Tank did go down, but Percival does barely hold on.
There's 4 Marines in there, I just want to say, alright? I don't know how many Stalkers were there, but 4 Marines just held the floodgates against like 12 Stalkers, okay? Of course they had help from those SCVs, but that is one of the most scariest, or the best examples of why mass repairs is so brutally good.
Yeah, once again, pre-pulls the boys, does get the repair off, and despite all these Stalkers, that bunker is staying strong once again.
Oh, he's there, but... well, the Stalkers keep going, start to hurt the Marine numbers now. Don't have enough bunkers for all the boys.
Yes, 8 SCVs go down. Behind this, LunaSea, he expands. He's not going all in. He is taking a base behind this.
Alright. I think we're just going to go into a pretty... well, actually, Percival's working on this pretty good. It's surprisingly good, really.
Yeah.
He didn't kill any probes, but... I guess LunaSea just kind of stepped off the gas with his own probe production here and stuff like that, right? Because, well, you're being attacked, and then afterwards you're going for the counter-attack. You want to get those numbers up to the best place you can.
Yeah, definitely, as LunaSea is poking in, prodding, forcing some boys off the mineral line, forcing some repairs. Depot's going to be under fire. Percival is getting a 3rd CC, though, so he's not going for any kind of crazy all-in himself. We are looking to get into the mid-game.
Yeah, like nothing happens. Just a regular little setup. Units lost tab slightly in favor for LunaSea, but yeah, overall, well, income advantage, I don't know. I think LunaSea, you know, just with the contain here, should have quite the upper hand.
Exactly, right? It's all about how long can he contain, how long can he keep Percival on these two bases. Meanwhile, he does reinforce with Zealot, so this is actually a little bit more committed here at a LunaSea. He has the potential to maybe go for another dive into that natural, especially now that the bunker was salvaged. He's going for it.
Oh. In he comes, Zealots from the back, lovely place for that Warp Prism to come into. Once again, the Stalkers jump forwards, the bunker has been destroyed, and now nothing stands in the way for this Protoss army to just bust on through. Right on top of the production, there is still enough Terran, but I mean, that was an exploding orbital we just witnessed. And maybe all she wrote.
Yeah, the natural is broken here. Percival Heal's getting ready for a longer game. Remember, he even salvaged that bunker as well. But alas, LunaSea had other plans. He was able to come in from behind, go to full surround of the natural, which you rarely see. That was a crazy warp in behind the army. And as you mentioned, Percival, he's down to, I mean, this was meant to be the third. Now it's the natural.
I'll be honest, like, in my head, I was trying to figure out where this game could go, and that was not one of the scenarios I really had in mind. I thought, okay, well, he's set up again, he's got his siege tank, his bunker's in place now, you know, he's actually got a bit of a girthy bio ball. This is... But in he came, and it just LunaSea breaking it all apart.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
Yeah, it's not all about that girth, Kozen. You know, there's a little bit more finesse
I see.
that comes into play.
People keep telling me, but I'm...
Oh, God. But, yeah, impressive, right? LunaSea coming in from behind, like, warping in, getting the full surround. Behind this, LunaSea doesn't have to break the natural, right? Like, he has to be careful not to overextend, but he doesn't need to. He's on 4 bases. He's looking comfortable here. Just has to calm things down and just macro up.
Set up for wave number 3. I mean, the supply is just growing further and further apart here. I think, well, what we really would need here is just amazing Widowmine hits, don't we?
Yeah, like mine shots, potential drop play as well to get across the map to distract LunaSea to get some worker kills. Yeah.
Did you see that? He was targeting down the Widowmines, just poking those away. He's like, you know what? That is something that could still kill me. Let's get rid of it.
Yeah, it does shut them down. Meanwhile, massive Dune drop across the map. As Percival sends everything across the map, here comes LunaSea. And there's not much at home to defend.
Warp Prism in the main base as well. This is an absolute devastating strike. Once again, in all crevices, a Zealot will creep. And Percival moving across with his 4 medavacs. I mean, that is just never in a million years kill enough Protoss here.
Yeah, I mean, it's all he has. It's all he has left. Zelce busts into the main. GG gets called, and LunaSea will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the quarterfinals.
Well played. Well played. That was an enjoyable series as well.
Yeah.
We won't have the Percival train where we just follow him and get to see him win the tournament, but that's all right. That's all right. LunaSea showing us why that is all right as well, because those were some fun plays.
It really was. Again, very back and forth. You know, LunaSea, Percival, 3 points, all relatively close in skill, so they made for some amazing matches here. We got lucky to get 2 ace matches in a row, and in the end, impressive stuff out of LunaSea. As you mentioned, a lot of it did come down to the first push, if you recall, right? Like the dedicated tank move out by Percival did kind of fall on its face, right? I'm sure he was hoping to get a bit of a better trade. That did make him weaker back at home when it came to the Stalker counterattack, right?
Yeah, the way that kind of went, game number 2, I thought was going to happen game number 1, right? But then just a slight couple of siege tank shots here and there, and it snowballs for the Terrans so hard. And then game number 2, I felt like, okay, so it's not going to work like that. Let me just realize how strong these siege tanks are. And then all of a sudden, as I'm trying to force myself into that mindset, those Stalkers just are on top of the siege tanks, and I blink, they blink, and it's a siege tank drops, and it's like, okay, no, wait, hold on, he's actually killing it now. And just with the right decisiveness there, you can make a lot happen.
Yeah, you're like, man, I blinked, he blinked, everyone was blinking, and then suddenly, bam, that's when they were gone.
And suddenly, like, everything was Protoss again.
Oh my god. And with that, GG, well played. Congratulations. LunaSea does advance on into the quarterfinals. We are heading over to the American server as we are getting ready for our next series. !B in the chat as we have our next match coming up ahead of us here. LunaSea already had an opponent ready and waiting. Did have an opponent here as we have a lot of updates coming in to the bracket, but first things first, Shameless took down Rebellion 2-0, and now we have a PvP in the quarterfinals between Shameless and LunaSea.
All right.
As are you two familiar with Shameless as a player?
Give me 2 minutes.
You're like, let me just look them up on Wikipedia. Hold on, let me.
Shameless, of course, the Russian Protoss player.
Yeah, I know him. Yes,
he's only 18 years old. You may not know, but he's only 18 years old.
You're like, we go way back, mate. What do you mean? I know all about him. Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
Let me scroll down in my memory banks a bit further. Hold on.
But yes, Shameless, I would say he has been the rising star in the European scene in 2024. Like, 2024 was his year, where he wasn't really too much of a pro player before that. Like, he's relatively new to the scene, so if you haven't heard of him, don't worry, don't fret. He's a newer player. He's a very young player, as you mentioned. I think he only hit GM at November of 2023 as well. Like, he's like a newer GM player. Then he was able to rise through the ranks, and in 2024 he was able to be quite competitive with the more established players. I'm referring to players like Christiana or players like Gerald, players like Mana, like the other like quote unquote like mid-tier Protosses in Europe. I would say that Shameless has been able to rise to their level.
I can see good results in his on this page right here.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm excited to see.
Mm-hmm.
It's always nice to have new players around in this game, and as well a Protoss player. Very cool, very cool.
Yeah. I know that Alpha X they used to run events for these kind of players, right? I remember they used to run like these more like age restricted events just to like prop up like the up and coming players that were kind of rising through the ranks. Players like Eva, players like Arrowfire come to mind back in the day.
For sure. Yeah, we had our own little cup with the young dragons, we call them. Or the hatchlings, or I forget the terminology, but yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. And it really, like, how do you say this correctly? Because, like, it's just something that's kind of necessary, right? For an esports to have longevity, and for an esports to have a standing basis on which it can grow and accelerate that growth with new viewerships coming in because there's a new up-and-coming person streaming or this or that. And it's just fun to see kind of those places of origins, right? Where you can take a peek behind the curtain before the curtain is kind of lifted for a broader audience.
For sure, exactly. We can see the growth of those players, you know, their early beginnings, if you will, their origin story, and we're here for it. We are here for it. When it comes to the results already tonight, Shameless, he just took down Rebellion 2-0, so already a big win against a Korean Protoss. Can he take another win here as we are so close to those semifinals? For some greater context, we have found ourselves in the Protoss portion of the bracket. MinoVK took down Rodzin, Trigger took down MinoVK, and Trigger is waiting for the winner of this series in the semifinals.
Really? Okay, well, it is what it is. I like a lot of these players though, so we should be okay. And you know, the worst parts about PvP is playing PvP. Watching PvP can be quite entertaining.
100%. 100% can get behind that. And here we go. We are jumping into our quarterfinals, our first quarterfinals here of this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup. In the top right hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Teal Protoss. It is LunaSea.
His opponents, the young up-and-comer, the Blue Protoss, it is Shameless.
He's so shameless.
Little Fairy. That is something I've seen before as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Little Fairy
It's
is...
been around the block quite a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, I believe it is mainly a Chinese team, but they have some players from outside of China that they do support as well, from Europe, from out in other regions.
All right. We're kind of lucky that China has so many people, you know?
Mm-hmm.
There's always people that are crazy to enjoy RTS games as much as us.
Yeah, they're very passionate, right? Very passionate community with SC Boy and all the other big Chinese teams as well. So definitely a lot of love to them. Even willing to support some of the other players outside of China as well, which I'm sure definitely has helped Shameless in his growth in StarCraft as we settle into our PvP here. And despite the chaotic nature of PvP, Shameless, he just went for one of the greediest builds you can go for. He went Gate into Nexus before Cybercore. This is the greediest build you can, outside of like straight up Nexus first. This is crazy out of Shameless.
Well, I like it. I do like it. LunaSea, how is he going to respond, you know? The ball's in his court. Mm-hmm. Are we going to throw down more gateways right now? Are we going to go straight into the Adepts, chrono those out? What's the plan? A proxy?
Yeah,
this looks like Stargates, or would you say Robo?
I mean, based on its location, right, it is prime for a Stargate, right, to go into the main base to get some economic damage. Just because he saw the opener, because Shameless is being so greedy, LunaSea has to do something to make up for that, something to catch back up economically.
Yeah, one of my friends once put it in a way where it's like, it just puts it very obviously, right? Like, once you know you're in this position where your opponent has made a greedy move, either you can choose to just start playing greedy yourself and accept that you're behind in the game, or you can try to utilize the tools that you've now created in a way to equal out the game in a sense again, right? Try to push your advantage that you have with quicker aggressive units and try to eke out something in that sense. And we're seeing LunaSea opting for that second way of approaching the game, because in the first way you're just always going to be behind, right? There's no way to catch up anymore.
Yeah, 100%, exactly, especially in a mirror matchup, right? Especially when you have the same tools as your opponents, you need something here to make that difference, otherwise you are just perpetually behind. And for now, we're going for the aggression. The Adepts, they threaten the Shade so far. The Adepts, they will distract Shameless, and the Oracle is almost done rallying into the main.
Yeah, and he comes with those probies. Good pull away so far, not losing a single probe just quite yet. Oh, never mind, there does fall one. But one Adept goes down as well, so they should be safe in the natural. The main base has that shield battery set up. It's going for the stasis.
Oh my god.
Oh! That's rough.
Massive connection. Late reaction there at a Shameless. A little bit too little too late to pull away, and a massive connection. Half the mineral line gets caught out.
That is a big difference. Suddenly a big spike up in the income graph right there. Up to 600 difference for a moment, a brief moment, but one that's going to be relative.
Yeah, definitely.
Relevant, and relatively.
They are
and relatively important also.
Exactly.
Yes.
I believe they are cousins. As we are As here we go, we have double Oracle diving into the main base. Double Oracle, they can one-shot probes. Probes are going to be going down despite the shield battery. 3 worker kills already, and behind this there is no blink. The Oracles, they will get away.
Yeah. Hallucinations will not damage you. No, Immortals are on the way. They're coming up out of LunaSea here afterwards, and has he done enough? The probes overall are still in favor for Shameless. And you know what? These Stalkers going down definitely not helping out either. I think LunaSea just, rather than using the aggression to equal out the worker count, it's kind of dug himself into a deeper hole, which of course is the downside of this strategy. If your aggression doesn't work out, the problem you're facing is gonna get worse.
Yeah, I mean, he's done some good damage, but as you're saying, like, he hasn't done enough to recover fully, which is why, what do we see here on the production tab? 5 gates on the way. We're going for a 2-base all-in, building up Immortals and going for Glaive Adepts.
I like it. I like it. There we go. Just put the pedal to the metal. It's all gonna get scouted, however. That Phoenix, quite a lovely timing. Shameless should be in the know. What buttons to press from this point onwards? It's a lot of shield batteries, I imagine. It's a lot of Chronos on gateways. Try to get your units out. Get those Immortals.
Exactly. Thankfully, he was already getting into his own Immortal production, which is going to be ideal defensively. +1 is on the way. It's possible that this upgrade is going to come into play when it comes to the timing of the all-in. And more importantly, we need shield batteries. Shield batteries are also in production here. Shameless, thankfully, is aware of what's going on. Despite that, can LunaSea still pull this off?
Oh, that is a scary amount of Immortals. 3 of them waddling across. They're going to be facing off against 1 Immortal and 12 Stalkers, which is a decent amount. With the 10 Adepts right there, it's going to be difficult to really get on top of those Immortals, I imagine, as well as LunaSea. Very much capable of spreading out those Adept Shades, of course, here, forcing those Stalkers to spread out a lot more than LunaSea's army may have to. Let's see how this is going to work out.
There we go. He does spend a Shade towards the main base. Immortals able to push in, and he does give it to the Shade.
Just straight up goes on in there, committing fully for the engagement. The Stalkers blinking forward, get on top of the Immortals. Will be able to force. Wait, actually, no, that is not enough Adepts, unfortunately. And the Stalkers reinforcements more than enough.
Yeah, even diving on top of the Prism, forcing the recall. The Immortal is not going to be saved, and Shameless, he completely shuts this down. As you mentioned, the Scout was so crucial for Shameless. It was fully aware of what's going on. Thankfully, he did not expand, right? He didn't take a 3rd base before the push. He did focus on warp ins, on shield batteries, on production to make sure he had an army to defend.
Yeah, and with that blink upgrade, I'm actually thinking, like what I was saying with trying to spread out those Stalkers, it really wouldn't have worked, would it? Because if you do commit with those Adepts into the main base, maybe just a small amount of them, you can't send too many, it just leaves your Immortals right there. In a blink forwards, you just can't retreat, it's impossible to. Anyway, the Stalkers now across the map all of a sudden, fighting the Adepts and the Zealots. That is a battle they love to have. 1 Immortal making the waters a bit muddier, but I mean, oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, mate, the water might be muddy, but mate, he's Shameless. He doesn't care. He dives in, takes down the Immortal, does blink down to the low ground. We do have some Adepts to defend at least, but that was a massive pick off with that Immortal.
Yeah. Just a quick hop and a step away from shooting down any Immortal here. Blinks away from the Adept Shed as well. Might take him a moment to clean up this game, but Shameless in a tremendous position to do so.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting a 3rd, right? He's getting a 3rd base, getting fully saturated, getting further ahead economically. As you're mentioning, he might be able to break the natural here and now, as there's a lot of Adepts and Immortal production as well. So it's going to be difficult to break, but he's still under no real danger himself.
Yeah, it's just difficult, right? I don't think you want to just continue blinking on top of those Immortals, just because of the vastness of Adepts right there. And you don't have a good way of reinforcing your own Stalkers. Yeah, it looks like he will just be slowing down, getting his own Immortals back at home. We may see him go into Disruptors here, right? That would, I think, would be a logical next step.
Yeah, Disruptors, they would be amazing here. They're kind of like what you want in the mid-game of PvP. For now, just saturating. Thankfully, because of LunaSea's proxy, he does have a way to harass across the map, and he is getting some economic damage done.
Yeah, the Adepts, a quick wall of that from Shameless as well. Would love to see Shameless deal with this position here, of course, but he's unaware for the moment. Might become aware, seeing Adepts sprawling through this area over and over again.
Yeah, I mean,
this will be a big battle, actually. Oh my god, how did they get in?
Yeah, those are Blings in the main base. Meanwhile, he recalls back home. He force fields away those Immortals. One of them barely doing any DPS here in the fight.
Okay. Okay, that is a slaughter. This is only going to go one way. There we are. Yeah, GG. Shameless takes game number 1.
GG, well played. Shameless, the young up-and-comer, the prodigy himself, does take a lead in this series, and the pressure is now on LunaSea to bounce back. Again, Shameless kind of dictating the pace in the game there. Remember, he was the one that went for the insanely fast Nexus. He's the one that kind of forced the aggression out of his opponent, and thankfully he was able to confirm it as well. He was able to confirm and scout the all-in.
It's always the best feeling where you know what is going to happen. It's like such a relaxing feeling in the game of StarCraft 2, where it's like, okay, no, I know what to do now. Finally, don't have to worry about this and this. Well, a little bit still, but
yeah, exactly, as we are getting ready here for that second game. Likewise, looks like we have some other updates going on in the bracket as well, and I don't know if you're too familiar with these online cups, Kozan, but yeah, they have a bit of a reputation, not just this tournament, but online tournaments in general here. When it comes to PvP, I don't know if you've heard that kind of discussion pop up from time to time, but we're running out of Zergs and Terrans. Let me just tell you, they're getting knocked out, Pappy. They go, oh no, I'm seeing a lot of green on the bracket, is what I'm getting at.
It happens. It happens. I mean, they're having their time in the sun. Of course, we still have Cyril leading the flagship, making everyone else feel terrible at the game. As well as Clem. Those two guys. Oh, we thought it was so much fun when they showed up first, didn't we? We all had a great bit of joy. Now we see what happens.
Regardless, we're jumping into our next game, and spawning in the right-hand corner, we have this South Korean Protoss player. The Teal Protoss down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is LunaSea.
His opponent rocking the other type of blue from Team Elvins or Team Little Fairy. Or maybe they're called both. It is Shameless. I'll look it up on Wikipedia. I'm committed now, ain't I? Shameless. Okay, no, it is just called Little Fairy.
Yeah. You're not wrong.
Elfkins. Elfkins sounds like Munchkins or something like that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like elves.
Like, you're not wrong. Like Elfins. How do you get from that clan tag to the team called Little Fairy? Like, what's the connect here? Like, what's going on?
It must be like some Chinese thing, right? Where they have a mythical creature which is in between an elf and a munchkin, and they kind of want to be that, and then they try to maybe something like that.
They Google translate and it says fairy. It's like, oh, okay, I guess that's what. I guess that's.
Yeah. And then a better translator came along later on, and they were like, oh, it should be elfkins. Oh no. And then they thought, well, from now on, we'll every name input we'll do elfkins instead. I love just random theorizing about nonsense like that.
Theorizing, mate, that's facts. What are you talking about? What's going on?
That's all facts.
What do you mean? That's some insights, mate.
As we know the business insider deals.
Exactly.
LunaSea. This is quite something, isn't it?
Yeah, our eyes have been on this probe the entire time here because it was very suspicious. The pylon gets thrown down, and we are getting ready for a one-base all-in. The robo has been thrown down. Shameless once again went for a more economic start.
Whoa.
Nexus already on the way here for Shameless, but he's up against an all-in, and he scouts!
Yeah, the speed of that scout, that is cruel. That is immediate. It's up to the point where you're like, you know what? as soon as he saw that probe, that there's a reasonable debate to be have to cancel it. You know?
Yeah,
to be like, you know what? Okay.
It's a hard call to make, right? Very hard call to make because I mean, like, if you cancel it, I mean, your opponent already has a natural. Like, you're going to be behind anyway. Like, we may as well just send it, Pappy. And here we go. The all-in will continue. Shameless, of course, is fully aware. Behind this, Shameless, he responds with another gateway and a Robo in the main, so he's going to be having access to his own immortal production eventually.
They will be there. He's got himself a wall of setup, the shield battery in production, another one coming up behind it. He's not taking any chances for the time being. It's all out defensive production right now. Getting ready for the push at the front door, but is that where this push is gonna strike?
I mean, wherever it goes, Shameless sees, like, right? Like, he has a hallucination. He sees the prism coming right in. He does respond. He's already in position here as well with his two Stalkers, with his Sentry as well. An episode, they're going for the middle one, but the shield battery is done.
Oh, another shield battery. He has 4 shield batteries right now? 3 of them. Okay, just 3.
Yeah, 3 shield batteries in position. So far, no economic damage being done. The middle line so far are safe and sound. They do threaten another shade in towards the main, but the army is ready. The army is in position, and the Immortals are on the way.
Absolute nightmare fuel seeing those depth shades. It's that near probe lines.
Yeah, so force fields are going to be locked down. We do try to go for the Immortal, but again, we do have that War Prism. So nice juggling here by LunaSea. Saves the Immortal.
Sorry, I got a nice meme in the chat. Anyway.
Oh, no.
My goodness. Numbers. Tell me the numbers, like.
The numbers, I mean, 5 pros just went down. We just lost 5 workers here. Meanwhile, the Immortal count here of LunaSea is looking decent, but the force fields, they lock him down once again, and the Immortal goes down!
Ooh! That's a good pickup. Staying alive. I mean, it must be so hard to go through this shield battery right now with pretty much the same units as your opponent. Maybe even less right now. LunaSea. How do you get yourself out of this pickle?
Yeah, you have to rely on your opponent making mistakes, right? Like, if Shameless overextends, if Shameless has some miscontrol and does end up losing some workers, if he misses a lift, then it's possible, but so far the lifts are solid. So far, so far Shameless, he is holding the ramp.
Alright, targeting the Cyber Core. Could be one way to kind of interrupt the flow of units for Shameless, but Shameless not having any of it. Stepping out forwards, giving chase to the Teal army. So you're gonna have to run with that tail behind, in between their legs, and behind, everywhere.
Oh no. They're all over the place here as Shameless feeling confident enough to break out of his own contain. He's now out on the map. He's chasing down the procs. He's chasing down the proxy location even.
It is still 3 Immortals shooting here, actually, but good target fire. That's rough. Great pickup micro there with the War Prisms being showcased by both these players. But, I mean, it's dwindling here for LunaSea. It's tough to say, but...
Yeah, I mean...
I think he's gonna recover here anytime soon.
Exactly. He's going to attempt to. We do see LunaSea dropping into the main base once again, going for the mineral line. He's actually going for the Robo.
Okay. A good way to shut down the production once again. This is what he needs, right? He's behind in the overall economics, but if those buildings are unpowered, they can't produce no matter how much money you have.
Exactly. LunaSea is in a rough position here. I mean, he is once again going to be trading with the army. Did depower the rover, so nice pickup here. Likewise, pushing in towards the right-hand side. He's trying to dive in. Alas, he's still... It's still an uphill battle here as he's pushing into, what is that, 4 shield batteries?
Yeah, it's ridiculous right now. Absolutely shameless from Shameless. He will not let go of this position. He knows all he has to do is stay around those shield batteries right now. And LunaSea, I mean, at this point, I'm almost wondering what will happen if you build 2 Nexus right now. I don't know.
I mean, the probe counts are, they're pretty close. That's what's crazy, right? 18 probes. 18 probes went down, right? He has dealt so much economic damage, but despite that, Shameless is still up in economy, still up in workers.
It's too late. It's all too late. Off he goes. He's chasing down the last remaining units of LunaSea here. Trying to recuperate at the place of reinforcements, but I mean, look at that. That's just way too much. For Shameless.
Yeah, exactly. The blue and blue violence here as the proxy has now been camped. The rover is going to go down, and Shameless, he will overwhelm. He's going to double the supply. He's still up in workers, up in army, up in everything. He has 3 immortals, and LunaSea, things are looking bleak for him. He's once again going for his own drop play. He's hoping to try to find some damage here, but is in a rough position.
Having to destroy his own pylon as well. And realizing he doesn't have time to because there's a drop in his mountain base. Yeah. The one way you need, what you would need to have happen here is for Shameless to like make mistakes so gruesomely bad that he would lose all self-respect. Really.
You're saying that he would have to be shameless.
He would be, yeah. Wait a moment.
Hold on a minute now. Do we have a chance? Do we?
There might be something in here.
Shameless dropping into the yes, I mean, he confirms as well. Still no expansion, right? Still no base.
Remember that movie we were talking about with the basketball? Oh, there it is. GG. This was like where the monsters, they just turn into their massive basketballs DNA of NBA players' infused selves. Right? And they just start wiping the floor with all our beloved Looney Tune characters.
No.
That's what that felt like there.
It took me a moment to figure out what you were talking about. You're like, the movie with the basketball.
The thing.
What?
And then I keep adding on with the NBA DNA because that's what they do. They infuse themselves with the DNA of the NBA players, and then they become those players kind of, but then better because they're aliens.
Yeah.
And they're so good at basketball at that point.
Yeah, that did happen. Did you know they released a sequel recently? They released a Space Jam 2.
I don't think they did, no.
You're like, nah, mate, you're mistaken.
I don't think so.
My bad. I think sorry, yeah, I misspoke. I think of something else. Think of Airbud.
Yeah, I remember that. No, I don't know. I wasn't a big fan of that movie. It was okay. It was okay.
Airbud?
No, the second Space Jam.
Okay, I haven't watched it. I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't watch it even. Okay. No, I have watched it, but like on a second monitor deal thing.
Okay, I see. Fair enough.
Yeah. It's it's something. It's it's got funny moments.
There you go.
It's got funny moments that will make you giggle.
Do they bring back Michael Jordan to reprise his role?
No.
No.
Nope.
Okay. I see. Well, regardless,
it's, LeBron this time.
LeBron. Is he like Shaquille O'Neal? Is he like the new Michael Jordan?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
In a way. Yeah, he's pretty close.
Okay.
I think there's a couple of players, right? There's LeBron, and we've got I'm forgetting their names. I'm blanking. I'm panicking. Quickly, name a basketball player. Michael Phillips. No, wait. Oh, that's a screwdriver. No.
No. That's all I got, mate. That's all I got.
No, I believe like Steph Curry. Right?
I was gonna say Stephen Curry.
That's
Mate, the only reason why I know Stephen Curry is because 3Point has another Korean Protoss friend who's called Stephen Curry. Yeah.
Oh, that's why you know about him.
Okay.
I hear good things about him.
Yeah, he's a good player. Yeah, Protoss.
Yeah, Protoss. Yeah, that's how I know him.
Ironically, yeah. But here we go. We do have our semifinals. My apologies. Exclamation mark. Be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. I believe both semifinals are ready for us. We mentioned it previously. Trigger did take down Middle VK 2-0, and we have Trigger versus Shameless coming up next in the upper semifinals.
Wait. Oh my goodness. That's right. It's over.
It's over. We're done.
No, I honestly thought we were still having a match between Shameless and LunaSea.
Oh, yeah. It did finish, yeah, it did finish. It's crazy.
Yeah, I did finish.
GG.
It makes a lot of sense that LunaSea tried so hard in that last game. Because it was the last opportunity. I thought he had another opportunity. That's on me.
So good.
I would have been more friendly to him.
It was all on the line there. GG well played. So we have Trigger vs. Shameless coming up next. Meanwhile, we have the lower semifinals ready as well. It looks like Jumy took down Honmono 2-0. Honmono took down Iba. Likewise, Sebesdes took down Farmy. And Gerald, big wins there for Sebesdes.
Sebesdes? Yeah. Another name I'm not that familiar with.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's another young up-and-comer from Czechoslovakia, or from Czechia even. Yeah. He's on team
Roddy, I see.
Exactly.
No. So he must be good.
Yeah, I mean, he's
That's
also
a Dutch team, you see. That's why.
I mean, he's similar to Shameless in the sense that he's also a really young player. Like, he's just now 18 years old this year, so very young player. Has a lot of potential, of course, but I would have still pinned Gerald to be the favorite player there. Like, I would have pinned Gerald to make it through into those semifinals, but alas, that did not happen, and yes, Sebesdes made it through instead.
PvP is a volatile mistress.
Oh, yeah.
It can carry you to greatness, and it can bury you alive under a heap of shame.
Exactly. That's actually how Shameless got his name. Yeah.
That's right. He's become immune.
That's
his tournament to win right now, isn't it? The blue Protoss fighting 14 Basil. Wait, the red Protoss in the little ferry. It's Shameless. He's red this time.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Basilisk. It is a Trigger. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will be our first finalists here, as we have our PvP facing off. We have our top two, and oh boy, I don't know if you realize, but I alluded to it earlier. In our top four, pure Protoss. It has become the sparkling Protoss Cup once again. Hope you're ready.
They do sparkle, don't they?
They do.
Out of all the StarCraft races, they do sparkle the most. I think you're calling this on yourself, like you've cast this. Yeah.
Yeah. It's the reasoning why, you know, we named it the way that we did the event. We were getting ready for the Protoss domination.
Very enlightened of you.
It was foretold in the Art of War, actually. It was.
Oh, yeah. Right. I'm not that deep in SSD. I'm a slow reader.
I see. Yeah. It's all good. Next Home Story Cup, you'll be able to catch up.
I'll be able to. Yeah, I'll have another train ride of a couple of hours. I'll be there. I've read most of a couple of pages.
Okay. As we're settling in for the first time here to El Dorado, one of the more unorthodox maps in the map pool. But because of the ramp coming into the natural, this leading to more economic openers. So Gate, Cyber into expand from Trigger. We should be seeing something similar here out of Shameless as well. Oh, as he is actually going for his tech first.
Ooh. The Stargates. Okay, okay. That probe of Trigger was being rather frustrating. Going for the Zealots even first. I wonder.
Yeah, he was forced
kind
into...
of. It's a mixed message, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It was forced into the Zealot first because of the attempted pylon block, so damage was done by that probe. Nicely done. Now we see Shameless finally expanding, but he will have the opportunity here to be a little bit more aggressive here. Bearing in mind, Trigger's Nexus is slightly earlier, so he will have a slight probe advantage, but Shameless will have the Oracle to harass.
Might be able to get in there if the shield battery isn't completed just yet, but already, there it is. Coming up. Safe and sound. Natural base still 8 targets, but that is a full wall-off.
Yeah, we have a full wall-off here for Trigger. There's no way to shade into the bases whatsoever, and likewise, that means it's going to be more secure here across the map. Hallucination also gets eyes and confirms the Oracle first.
It's another fun thing about this map, isn't it? Allowing for these sorts of strategies where you're just like, okay, we'll just wall off here and we buy ourselves some time. We can just mine out the golden mineral patches and open up another way that way.
Exactly.
I like it. It allows some more strategy.
Yeah, exactly. We don't often have these mineral walls here in the natural. We've seen them every now and then in years past, but it's been a long time since we've seen that happen. Meanwhile, the Oracle does dive in, going for the stasis into the main base, but Trigger, he does pull away.
Yeah, gets it on time this round. Only 2 probes, that is acceptable.
Yeah, just 2 probes getting called out. Behind this, both players throwing out their Twilight Councils, working towards Blink Stalker, so both players headed in a similar direction. But Shameless does invest into a second Oracle, and that means he can one-shot probes.
A little bit in between the Stalkers right now, but they'll squeeze on out of there. Trigger making it very difficult for those probes to be harassed. And Shameless might just have to accept that. He's going to have to find another way to catch up on probes here. Yeah, he's doing all right, 39 to 42 right now. It's not as bad as I imagined it would be with the difference of timing of Nexus there, you know?
Yeah, it is behind, but not by too much, right? Not by too much, so, you know, it's still, you know, within the margin of error here, as he still has these Oracles that can threaten the bases, but maybe I speak too soon. Oh, that is going to be quite a bit of hull damage to that first Oracle, taking a lot of hits, and behind this, both players are expanding, but we are expanding away from each other.
A curious way to... Trigger will have some interesting avenues of attack here available for him. Shameless, I mean, his expansions are going to be a bit more safeguarded, but may still have to run around a bit more because of that, right?
Yeah, exactly. So a bit of a safer setup by Shameless, a little bit more assertive by Trigger. Meanwhile, Shameless, once again, he threatens the mineral line, does force some lost mine time in the natural. Not too bad. The Oracles are still alive. They still can threaten. But for the most part, we're calming things down. And we might actually settle into a longer game state. Like, I don't know what it is about today, Kozan, but I feel like we've had a lot of all-ins. Like, I don't think we've actually had, like, proper... like back and forth macro, like 3-4 base saturation. I think the closest we got was that game on Frostline where we had like ultras, like right like ultras against the bio army, but even then it was still like very low eco, like really still quite like scrappy.
Super scrappy. The late game units were there was just no economy to support them. It was just a couple of units here and there. But those are great games. That was a truly banger of a game.
Yeah.
And this one right here, I mean, it's starting to look like it could have some potential in that ballpark. A lot of gateways being constructed, and Trigger actually mining out the mineral patches in the middle as well. He started mining out the gold patches. He's just trying to create a lot of avenues.
Exactly, he's opening up the map. Meanwhile, chasing down Shameless. Shameless is going to be the first to take a 4th base, expanding here in the center of the map. Likewise, stasis traps are set up all around as well, hoping to try to catch Trigger off guard. Oh my god.
Ooh, eagle eye Trigger. He spots those.
Yeah, it does what it does. A Trigger does bait out those stasis traps, force fields the location, does go for the 4th.
Oh, this could be bad. What? Did he? Oh, he must have seen that. There's no way he didn't. That was way too good if he didn't.
It's possible, Stasis Trap still is there. Could still catch him off guard. For now, laying siege up on the expansion itself. Oh.
No, he knows. He must know. There's no way he doesn't know.
Oh, I mean, still better trades. Better trades for Trigger. He does take down more Stalkers as well. The base took a lot of hits, and Trigger is forcing his way in.
He's dwindling a little bit here with those Zealots coming forwards, tanking a lot of damage, and there is the stasis. Only 2 Stalkers. Does finally get triggered. The Trigger. He still has so many units. 20 Stalkers to 12 at the moment. He might start to snowball. Shameless. Starting to move those Oracles back. He realizes he needs more firepower at home right now.
Yeah, Shameless, he's barely trying to hold on the Oracles.
Oh, no.
They run past through the army, and the Oracles go down. Massive pickups. The base fell as well, and Trigger, he does have momentum on his side. He's pushing through.
9 to 12 Stalkers. Reinforcing here for Trigger has become a bit more difficult, but he's bringing in an Immortal along as well. So there's definitely still an army advantage here for Trigger if he decides to start pushing across again.
Yeah, exactly. He has that tech advantage. +3 has begun, so he has a slight upgrade advantage as well. And behind all of this, he's got the gold.
That's a lot of money. That is a lot of money. Will have himself the charge upgrade as well. That's most likely the place where a lot of that golden minerals is going to be invested into. He sees the 4th base of Shameless also. This is just a very hard place to push into for either of these players, right? If he crosses this mineral field, it becomes such a hassle to get back into this incredibly defensive position. Like, this is one of the most defensible positions you could wish for in StarCraft 2, isn't it?
It really is. It really is. It's so difficult. But finally, Trigger, what does he have? He just chronoed out his War Prism. The Prism has arrived, and now he can reinforce. Now he can reinforce on the front lines. Now he can commit. This is what he's been waiting for. Shameless is trying to keep up, but again, he is actually missing the army rotation.
Almost makes me wonder if there was an opportunity there for Shameless to meet him on the other side of that mineral field, or try to keep more tabs on him. Anyway, he does try to move to that location, gets blindsided by the army of Trigger. That snaps up a Nexus. The Archon Zealot army of Shameless now giving chase. Should do reasonably well against the Stalker Ball.
Yeah.
It's do quite well here. Another attack off Trigger, entering the natural.
Yeah, these are efficient trades for Shameless, but he lost a 3rd. He lost the expansion. He lost part of the mineral line, which takes us back to that mineral that you spoke of. And how can Shameless break through this? Oh, I mean, he is.
Oh, yeah, there's just not enough units now to stop the flood from happening. And those Zealots, they are eager to give chase here. It looks like whatever counterattacks Trigger is sending across the map is being dealt with by Shameless as well. Meanwhile, it's only 2 Zealots at the moment.
Yeah, I mean,
and, well, the probes,
yeah, the probes are going down. Shameless is quite committed here. Again, he's down in the bases. He's down in the economy. He does fight well. 16 probes going down. The problem, though, is that Trigger is still up in workers, and he still has the gold. The gold makes up for those dead workers.
It really does, yeah. I mean, he's still 68 versus 49 probes right now. After losing 16 of them, DTs here, no detection. That's gonna be it. GG is called. Trigger takes this game.
Whew, GG, well played, Trigger. He takes a lead in the series. Again, a much more different approach here. Bit of a slower early game, but then we saw an explosive mid game as well. Trigger multiple times able to outposition Shameless, whether it was a Trigger sneaking up on the fourth and also sneaking up on the top side, sorry, at the third base as well. Multiple times was able to just catch Shameless a little bit out of position.
Yeah. I like how he did that. He got himself the positional advantage, get the base, move back. And it forces Shameless to act, doesn't it? Yeah, Trigger just in that super defensive position right there. Couldn't quite hold the mineral line, but, you know, the nexus with all the probes was more than enough. Ooh. Ooh, I see a new game.
Here we go. We have our game number 2 here. We're going to be loading into a bit of a more standard map this time. We're going to be loading into ley lines. Here we go. And we'll see if Shameless can bounce back again. The pressure's on. The pressure's on Shameless. These are best of 3s, not best of 5s. So Trigger, he needs one more game to advance on to the grand finals. And
bottom left side. There it is. I thought you were giving me a moment there. I thought so. Yeah, okay, I'm ready to it. It's the Blue Protoss fighting for Team Basilisk. It is Trigger.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. Go. And this time we're not loading into a map that has a ramp coming into the natural, so we shouldn't see these early game like defensive wall-offs and faster expansions. We should be seeing something a little bit different here on ley lines. So we are going to be settling in. Hopefully everything is okay. Oh,
there we are. Yeah, no, with the expansions from the low ground, sometimes I see a player like MaxPack still do it, but I just don't know how he gets away with it, you know? He manages somehow.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, we have noticed that at least in the most recent patch, like for the past like month, maybe 2 months, a lot of the Korean Protosses, they've been following suit, specifically like Hero, Trap, Classic. Like they've been more prone, more willing to go for those max packs openers, right, with the faster expansions. But it's still considered to be safer to just go for a 2-gate opener like this. Just 2-gate opener, just calm things down, go for a later expansion where we're not all max packs.
Yeah. It's the right choice to make for anyone who's not. We'll have to... Yeah, we're getting both a Stalker and a Sentry. So as defensive as it gets for the earlier parts of this game right now. Both of them eyeing up the expansions. It looks like Shameless is still piling a bit more gas at the moment.
Sorry.
There we go. No, he's going to go for that second Sentry.
I don't know if you were laughing earlier about the meme that Kuro posted in our Discord. Is that what you were?
Yeah.
I only just now noticed. It's great. It's great.
It's really good. That's why it got me cracked up.
Oh, that's good. Beautiful. I was picking up what you were throwing down. I got it.
They're cousins.
Oh, no. Beautiful.
Both going for the Twilight Council here. Probably both going for the Blink. Wait, do people go straight up into Charge Archon actually?
That's crazy. That's
It would be, wouldn't it?
yeah, going straight into charge sounds like something a little bit more niche. So as you were saying, right, we're expecting blink. We're expecting blink from our players. Trigger does throw down a proxy pylon out on the map, but looks like just to be scouting and no real commitment here out of Trigger. Can even use this to try to like warp in adepts across the map to get some counterattacking or some harassing damage.
So here's a funny thing, right? Because normally I do cast the show matches where mirror matchups just don't happen, you know, because it's just not as popular, and the non-mirror matchups just seem more exciting to do as a show match, right? If you pick two players to do battle between each other, may as well pick the most exciting matchup you think is possible. So right now, actually, this is kind of nice. It's a new, fresher vibe to me, you know?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Like, you're not wrong, right? Like, typically, mirror matchups, regardless of which one it is, are considered to be a little bit less exciting than some of the others. They have very different dynamics as well. But personally, I do love me some PvP, like, especially with how chaotic and aggressive they can be. We've already seen a lot of that already today. It's been fun.
People don't like this as much, but the Phoenix versus Phoenix, my goodness, is that a joy to behold for me. That's a ton of fun.
Yeah, that does still happen from time to time, very much so. Not in this game, though, as Trigger, he does rock up across the map, gets eyes on the third base, will chip away at it. Alas, the army does respond in time. Nice force field, takes down the sentries.
So he's gonna get himself a couple of Stalkers as well. He gets one of them. Oh, trading back and forth. Looks like Trigger is getting the upper hand so far, but his Stalkers are lower on the HP and are dropping a bit more quickly now.
Yeah, exactly. Trigger, he's going to be forced back. This was more of a distraction. We had 2 adepts in the natural base. 4 pros went down. Some decent damage. Trigger does take a slight economic lead, but only a slight one, as both players can now establish their third bases.
Yeah, losing 2 extra Stalkers in the engagements there. As well as the 2 adepts, of course. Kind of feels like an all-right ground for either of these players to be at the moment, and we do get a relatively quick charge of Trigger here.
Yeah, charge on the way. So Trigger is taking up towards that mid-game competition, out of full blink Stalker into charge onto Immortals, Archons as well. Likewise, Shameless also headed in the same direction.
It's such a strong composition. I've tried playing a bit of Brodos myself, but that is just what I gravitate to is just the Zealot Archon composition most of the time, right? It destroys. It just destroys. It's so easy to operate as well. Like when you compare it to Blink Stalkers, you just always feel like you're terrible. It's like there's so many more things that I need to do, and I'm not doing them well enough.
Yeah, it's fair. I mean, there's a little micro potential with these Stalkers. True, but I mean, that's where the Zealot comes into play, right? Because, mate, you can be blinking your heart out, but Charge, they just close the distance anyway. They dive on top of the Stalkers. It's only minerals as well, so a very cheap kind of army, very cheap kind of composition, which can trade very well. And that's also why then the Archons come into play, because they help counter the Zealots, because Zealots, they're prone to clumping, and Archons do an amazing job when it comes to splash damage on those melee units. So that's kind of the composition that both players are kind of forced into.
Works out well. It works out well. While Prism's being thrown in as well. So far... Okay, no, we do have to swallow archives here. No Archon yet for Trigger. But he is moving across the map already. He's eyeing up that 4th base timing here and wants to kind of just feel the waters. Doesn't like what he sees, decides to back up.
Yeah, it does retreat, does pull away, sees there's already a shield battery. The first Archon is morphing in for Shameless, so the first Archon has arrived. We should soon be seeing Archons from Trigger as well, as we are building up from here, getting our 4th bases saturated and getting into the mid-game.
Takes a lot of discipline to, you know, actually just go check. It's like, okay, no, never mind, we're backing up out of that.
Very mature. Many other players, ourselves included, would see this and just move in and probably lose everything. And
yep.
GG out there.
Here we go.
Yeah, good decision there.
I know I'm better. I must have more zealots than you. Ah, again, someone who beat me.
God, no. But now we see the roles reversed here. Shameless is pushing out towards that third base, or towards that fourth base. Likewise, that defense is ready. Both armies are looking quite comparable to each other.
Alright, a little poke there, setting off quite a couple of charges on those zealots, but disengage will have more than enough time for the recharge. +2 about to be ready for both these players. It looks like, you know, synchronized upgrading here for both of them.
Yeah, Shameless is going to be going for the dive. The first immortal is exposed. Oh.
Pretty good shots for the blue Archons. The blue Zealots kind of messing up right there, still struggling up against a lot of Stalker numbers, but it's a defensive setup here for blue. Enough trigger. Just barely gets those Zealots warped in.
Yeah, the Zealots
got it for now.
They warp in. The Immortals, they do so much to the backline here. The big difference, Trigger, he had Immortals, alas, Shameless did not. Zealots are warping in, but alas, Shameless, he has lost the bulk of his army. He has to back off. Trigger, he takes a phenomenal fight. Shameless, he had a good moment when he came to sniping that Prism, but again, he lost all of his Stalkers in the process. He lost everything there just for that Prism, and it didn't really matter as we could just warp in defensively anyway, and Trigger holds.
Yeah, just one shot a little bit earlier from those Stalkers, and those Zealots would not have warped in. Maybe a couple of those Stalkers would be able to get the charge for that blink back up and get themselves up to safety again, but didn't quite work out for Shameless in that moment.
Yeah, and with that, Trigger, he does take a supply lead. More importantly, Trigger, he retained every single Immortal. There's now 5 Immortals here for Trigger. He has been able to build them up over time. That is something that Shameless does not have with his army. Shameless, he's just purely Zealot Archon at this point, and Trigger, he's just getting to a more refined composition.
It is a good thing for Shameless here to really dive into those Zealot Archons, I feel like, right? Just mixing in Stalkers at the moment against those Immortals feels like the non-optimal thing to do. Going forward, this is nice. The robotics facility, the support bay, being thrown down. Likely this time around we will be moving to... Actually, Colossi aren't that bad here either, but what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, they're both good options, right? They're both good options, but the problem here is we might not see any because Trigger, he's maxed. He's at 200 supply. He's pushing right towards the natural as well. Going to be came to the production, going to be diving in the army, doing everything.
Shield battery's got to be strong here, unfortunately. Shameless all on one side. It's going to be a tough angle to engage into here. Trigger set up appropriately in a choke point with those Archons in the front.
Yeah, again, he just peels off a handful of units. Zelsay busts into the middle line, probes are going down, and he's forcing Shameless's hand.
There they go. Are the Zealot numbers enough? The army supply dropping quite quickly for both players, but Shameless going down a bit quicker. And like you said, those Immortals, they are showing their strength, staying alive, tanking good amounts of hits and dealing out a bunch of damage themselves. GG, well played is called. Shameless has to tap out, and Trigger gets another notch on his belt.
GG, well played. Trigger, he will claim the series 2-0 against Shameless. He was able to keep up with Trigger up until that big fight on Trigger's side of the map, but it did go too heavily in favor of Trigger, and from there did snowball out of control. And with that, Trigger, he's the first player to advance on to the grand finals.
A shame. Maybe a little bit longer, and there could have been a moment there for Shameless, right? To get those higher tier units out. Even just one of them could have made a massive difference in that situation. But Trigger just not giving the breathing room, realizing, you know what, no, this is the time to go. I don't want to let you get in a position to create opportunities for yourself. You've lost your army. I know I'm ahead in that sense. We're just gonna come in across and put a nice tidy bow around this series.
Exactly, and with that, Trigger, he's going to be our first finalist here in tonight's tournament, and we are here to determine the second player to make it to those grand finals. We're going to be heading over to the European server, as up next we have Jumy, the German Protoss player, going up against sebesdes, from Czechia. Go. And are you familiar with our players?
Sorry, what server did you say?
Europe. Europa.
Europe, all right, yes.
Yeah.
I'm switching.
Okay.
I missed my cue. The wink goes and get to this.
I was like, we're going to Europe, we're casting Germany.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm throwing out the keywords. I'm like,
I'm here.
Okay. You're like, Korea? we're going to Korea, right?
Hold the phone.
That's good. Way good.
We made it.
Oh, but yeah. Are you familiar with some of our other players here that we're going to be featuring?
Sorry, I was typing. I'm just not paying attention. I'm sorry. Okay, what was playing here?
Yeah. Are you familiar with any of our other lovely semi-finalists here? Jumy, Jumy, he does stream a lot. He streams a lot on Twitch.
Yeah, Jumy, I know. He dropped a 4 recently, which is curious to say the least. I don't know what happened to him. Maybe he's outgrown the 4. Maybe something else. Do you know more about this?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, for Jumy, did you interact with him at Home Story Cup? Was he there as well? Were you able to?
I did not meet him. No.
Okay.
To be fair, I'm quite unfamiliar with how people look.
Okay.
So maybe maybe I talked to him, because there were just random people I have talked to, and I wasn't quite sure who they were.
Fair enough.
There's a potential there. But...
You're like, mate, when I was there, I just stumbled into conversations. I don't know who I spoke to. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. It's
maybe
possible.
I didn't. Exactly. I like that kind of atmosphere, Just be nice and friendly to everyone.
There you go.
What's happening here? Like, let us know. Let us know what's going on in this game.
Well, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have a person that potentially has interacted with Kozan in the past at Home Story Cup. The German Protoss player from Streamer Zone. It is a Jumy.
It would be an amazing coincidence. In the top right side, we have the yellow Protoss. It is Sebesdes. He's hailing from the Czechia. Do you still say Republic there? The Czech Republic.
I think it's.
And he's from Tibor.
I think so. In my brain, I always called it Czechoslovakia, but I believe that is not the case anymore for like many years at this point.
No,
I think
those are two different countries now. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Even before I was born, so I don't know where that came from, but.
Yeah.
But I believe the Czech Republic. I believe. Maybe.
Yes, I think so too.
Okay.
Or it might just be Czechia right now.
Okay. Whew. Regardless, though, we're gonna be settling into and welcome.
It's a volatile region.
Yeah, I don't know if you've experienced this map before. We're loading into Erahome.
Actually, now that you mention it, I don't think so. No.
Okay.
It looks very pretty.
So here in a lot of these online weekly tournaments, ourselves included, also including events like the KSL, the Monday night weeklies, and the Pigastore Monday as well. We've taken the initiative to actually incorporate some TLMC maps. So Erahome is not a ladder map, is from the Team Liquid map contest instead.
Yeah, I read about this because for some reason they aren't being incorporated in the ladders anymore, and it's a shame because they are wonderful looking maps. Honestly, like look at this. This is a work of art.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes I'll be honest. Sometimes the ladder map pool can be a little bit bland when it comes to like the grays and the browns, and like sometimes it can. It could be a little bit more vibrant, and I appreciate, the patches of green here on Erahome. I appreciate it.
Yeah. This feels like a Bob Ross painting in a way, you know? How we're seeing StarCraft being played on now.
We got some happy little trees being thrown around. It's great. Yeah. Beautiful.
Nice. Anyway, quite aggressive here, Jumy with these Stalkers. And he's going to find quite a bit of success here, and that is not a blocking force field. No, okay, he will be able to move back. This could start to get a bit out of control already here.
Yeah, he gets a Stalker, he gets a Sentry, he gets the Pylon as well. The Pylon getting very low. 2 probes going to be going down. One more volley. The Pylon is barely going to survive. Oh, and Jumy, he gets punished here for a moment, but still a better trade for Jumy.
All right, 200 minerals, so much difference. 200 gas, that's probably the real kicker here. The Twilight Council already producing Blink for Sebesdes, where Jumy just now getting it finished up with, well, the Twilight Council, not the Blink upgrade.
Yeah, Jumy.
So he is slacking a little bit behind there, but overall with those military victories under his campaign, I like his position a bit better here, Light.
Yo, is someone playing Hearts of Iron or like Civ? What's it?
No. I've been watching YouTube videos where like they have all these battles, historical battles with generals and stuff. It's actually really fun. You're gonna get a ton of like terminology that you can throw in for the this type of thing. But
okay.
yeah, no, they just like go over exactly what happens step by step, right? And they move these little boxes which represent units and stuff like that.
It's like they're casting StarCraft.
Yeah, but it's a historical battle, and then they use little icons that move around.
Yeah. They show like the campaign, like the Protoss, like taking over.
A little bit, yeah. It's a great thing. It's it's a good thing to see.
Okay. Nice to hear.
No one's gonna come in.
Yeah, Depsay threatening to shade. Meanwhile, Sebesdes is going for his own counterattack. Does catch the Pylon. Third base on the way for both players here, and Sebesdes is trying to get some kind of counter damage, and not bad at not losing a single Stalker so far.
Pretty good. And there they go, now arriving in the mineral field. Only a couple of probes falling, but they don't give up that easily. No. Okay, maybe they should give up.
Yeah, 4 probes going down, and Depsay do shade away.
That's a big chase, actually, for these Stalkers. And he's going to get the recall. A little bit of a moment there. What is that Dark Shrine doing here? Did you what?
What is it doing here? Let's go. Dark Shrine has done a couple of DTs.
Here.
Yeah, they're going to be waddling in. They're going to be waddling in towards the bases. Now, thankfully for Jumy, he has a robo. He does have an observer, but I believe the observer is actually with the main army in the center of the map. It's not back at home.
Still flying away. He's gonna have to run that back as quickly as possible. Right? No, he's still sending it across the map. That is interesting.
Ooh, there's a recall.
Okay, there we go, the recall.
Yeah, it does recall back home, but damage is being done. 7 probes going down already. The first CT going to go down here at the natural, but the one in the main base is still wreaking havoc, still getting another couple of probes.
Yeah, and the third base being hit up as well by a couple of Blink Stalkers, meanwhile. Once again, being chased away. 12 probes, however. That is a tremendous number to be able to pick up in battlefield casualties here. Losing a single Stalker.
Yeah. Losing a Stalker does get quite a bit of economic damage. Jumy now down 10 workers here back at home. There's no other counterplay. Sure, he got a Stalker, that's nice and all, but Sebesdes, for the most part, he's reaping the rewards here. He's able to build up. As long as he's able to survive the counterattack, he should be okay. Assuming there is one.
Assuming there will be. I think there should be, right? I think there should be. I don't think there's a real reason. Like, you could try to stay defensive here and try to rebuild, but the Sebesdes would need to make some big mistakes trying to run into you when he's not ready to do so. So, yeah, Jumy is going to be the aggressor.
Yeah, Jumy looked pretty
And which way do you think he should try to approach this here?
Yeah, he does try to push to the center. As he does, DT waddles in once again. Thankfully, there is a cannon in position, but that does distract Jumy for a moment. Oh!
to find an opening. Some adepts in the natural base of Sebesdes aren't pulling that much attention away from his main force, unfortunately. Still being chased down.
Yeah, and Jumy's getting completely surrounded. He's getting caught out. The Stalkers are falling one after the other, mainly trading with Zealots here. Sebesdes is just all over Jumy with the DT harass, with the main attack as well. 7 probes going to be falling across the map. We do get Adepts in the main base, so some counter damage is done, but Jumy's main army does suffer.
And I love that with the Stalker movements. Getting them, splitting them up away from the Zealots, moving them down on the map, you know, a tiny little adjustments, but allowing him to get so many more lethal hits on those Stalkers right there. He's been playing Warhammer as well.
I see. Oh no.
Rolling those 6s right there on those on those wound rolls.
Oh my god, he's rolling well. He's rolling well so far, just catching Jumy off guard, pulling him left and right. Likewise, once again, pushing towards that 4th base. The DT in the mix as well, and there's no detection.
Alright, it's a good positioning, however, so he's going to buy himself a lot of time. That is a scary amount of Zealots right now. No Observer available for... Wait, does he have DTs as well? No, okay, those are yellow DTs. Yeah. For a moment I thought they were Jumies, but it's just falling apart, isn't it?
Yeah, can confirm, you know, this color, this tile set here is actually more difficult than the teal and dark blue. It's okay. As we do see Zealots, they do overwhelm.
Yeah. Especially when it's DTs, you know, they're quite, it's hard sometimes.
Yeah, it's all good. And GG gets caught, Jumy gets overwhelmed.
That is a lovely play there from Sebesdes. There's not a lot to really point out there in his plays, but the DTs did a wonderful job. His aggression did a wonderful job, and then just walking in multiple angle aggression. Yeah, playing it to a T, getting ahead, getting further ahead, getting even further ahead, and finishing it off.
Yeah, exactly. Like after that economic damage, all he had to do was just survive, weather the storm. He was able to do so, and likewise able to now have a larger army due to that greater economy. He was able to pull Jumy apart. Impressive stuff there by Sebesdes, and we'll see if he can continue that, or we'll see if Jumy can bounce back, because we're getting into game number 2.
This is an impressive player, Sebesdes, isn't it? It really is a player to watch out for. 2018. When did he start getting results? Like only 2023, it looks like. At least that's the earliest thing. Like, oh no, wait, extended list of results. Maybe I can. Hold up, you do your thing here. I'm gonna dig a bit deeper here. My curiosity has been raised.
Dig in, Papi, dig in. As spawning in the bottom right corner, we have our German Protoss player, the green Protoss for Streamer Zone, down in this series. The pressure is on. It is a Jumy.
And his opponents. He is in the yellow colors, fighting for Team Rotti from Czechia, Sebesdes. A young 18-year-old, somehow, you know, brilliant, as well as stupid enough to pick up the game StarCraft 2 in this day and age, and being so absolutely wonderful at it as well. You love to see it.
What a backhanded compliment. You're like, he's brilliant. But what the hell is he doing here? What's going on, mate? What's going Oh my god.
I mean, I'm thoroughly impressed by anyone, and I fully get it as well. It's a wonderful game that deserves, you know, so much more. But yeah, anyway, it's exciting to see players like him, and it's fantastic to see initiatives like Team Roddy, and there's plenty of other, you know, teams like that from individuals setting up stuff to give these players a home, give them a place to develop, And look at the potential that's there. It is quite something.
Yeah, I mean the players are quite young, right? Like we just went over Shameless, same age as Sebesdes, right? Two players that are relatively like newer to the scene, younger players as well. Even Jumy, you know, he's on the lower end of the 20s kind of age group. Likewise, Trigger as well. Trigger also getting into StarCraft kind of during the COVID era of StarCraft, which is relatively late in the grand like history of StarCraft as a whole. So yeah, it's always something that we do love to see. It was something that we champion. It's it also makes us feel older as well. It's like we look at the bracket, we cast these players, we check, it's like, oh, he's like 16 years old. Oh no, it's crazy.
Yeah, for sure. And then being able to just get that good at StarCraft as well, it is. It really says something about just the capabilities of these individuals, you know, the mental capabilities of these individuals, because it is such a tough game. It is such a tough game, and I've never managed to get, you know, near to those levels. I'm just always thoroughly impressed by anyone who gets there, or even remotely close. You know, it is, my goodness, it takes work, dedication. It takes the right mental attitude to yourself, where you're willing to self-reflect, interpret what you're doing wrong, what you're doing right, finding those mistakes and the differences, and continuously growing on that path. And it is one of the best things about being a human being, in a sense, isn't it? For sure.
I mean, it's just so difficult. There's a reason why we're out here, you know, rolling dice and casting, you know, we merely only spectated and behold witness to what these players have to offer, and we're here for it, man. We're here for it as we do it shade into the main. Oh my god.
They're in. As unfortunate, that could be an absolutely brutal way for this game to finish, kind of. So far, only 4 probes, 5 go down, a couple more in the natural get caught out, and the Adepts managed to escape as well. Hopefully they won't do too much more.
Yeah, as they do shade out, 6 probes going to be going down, so a very strong start here by Jumy. Jumy does start things off with an economic lead. Behind this, both players going to be heading in the same direction, both players working towards Blink, working towards the same upgrades, but Jumy does find himself with a nice little worker advantage.
Yeah, setting himself up after game number 1. He's got to be a bit shaken, trying to perhaps get himself a bit of an edge here with those 2 Adepts. It's a sneaky play, but it's so strong. It's so strong.
Yeah, so once again he threatens to shade.
There we go. It's sebesdes. Has the counterplay ready this time.
Yeah, this time he walls off. This time he's good to go, but has the damage been already done? Is it too late as Jumy comes in with his army, does force field the army together here? He locks it down.
Yeah, stepping out a bit too far, trying to chase down those Adepts, it looks like. And Jumy ready with an ambush of his own. Stalkers coming out of the shrubberies. As well as those Adepts back in the mineral field once again. Wait a moment, there's green probes dying as well. There's more Adepts on the other side.
Oh.
This game's in shambles, lights.
Yeah, exactly. We bust into the natural probes going down on both sides, but Jumy, he does get only 3 probes across map. Woolworker's going to be falling here. Sebesdes with the counterplay.
Estes, oh my goodness. Oh, he does step out there. Doesn't quite feel like he still has anything going. To be fair, he has 0 military supplies. So
yeah.
hard to blame him. But all of a sudden, that was a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel there for him.
Yeah, exactly. He was able to equalize the economies, but as you mentioned, like, he lost his main army, right? The main army did did crumble there. A much shorter game between Jumy and sebesdes, as Jumy was able to just snowball out of control real fast, real quick, and that is leading us into the ace match. We have a back and forth. We have both players fighting back. This could still go either way.
Ace match, baby. That's what we do. Only one series so far that didn't, right?
Yeah, the upper semis. The upper semis was a 2-0. Likewise, I believe the Shameless LunaSea match as well.
Oh, right. That's why I was so confused that we didn't have another game there.
You just
it was
yeah.
I was like, no, it's gonna be a three-parter here.
It's fair. It's fair. Understandable. We're back. We're back in the three-parter. We're back in the ace match.
Let's take again who we're looking at right here. Make sure I'm not on the other stream's camera. In the bottom left side, we got ourselves a blue Protoss player. He is a Jumy.
And in the top right-hand corner, we have the yellow Protoss player for Team Rody. It is Sebesdes.
Now, Team Streamer Zone is a German team. It does have Korean players as well. It's got Baby Marine on there.
Yeah. It's a relatively it's a newer team. They formed I want to say like less than a year ago, maybe a couple of months ago at this point. Leading into Home Story Cup, they picked up Nightmare, they picked up Baby Marine, Gerald, Jumy as well. Yeah, it's been great to see them invest into StarCraft and support their roster as well. It's been great to see.
Yeah. I didn't follow that much about this, but wasn't there some sort of new incentive for esports organizations to have multiple esports attached to their name? Or
yes, there was the incentive.
Have you heard something about this?
Yeah, in EWC, in the Esports World Cup, they did have a bonus for teams that were competing in multiple esports.
Right. That's pretty cool. I like those types of things.
Yeah.
Looks like it did a good thing for places like StarCraft and such.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, StarCraft did benefit from it, so it's great to see that initiative taking place. As we are calming down, we're calming down once again, settling into our ace match, loading into one of the more ladder maps instead, into Ultra Love.
Oh. So you're just scouting.
Yeah. We're good. We're not that crazy.
So you have evil plans in that little probe mind of his.
He's innocent, Bab. He's innocent. No evil thoughts.
He did proxy a pylon there, but I think that's just to sow confusion and chaos as well.
Oh my god. And you're right, they're so sinister. Oh my god.
Yeah.
What
They're
did
trying
they
to give each other PTSD, you know? Like flashbacks to other matches where they're like, the pylon's not there. He probably just hit it somewhere to get in my head, and that's how you lose games. Twilight Council coming up for Sebesdes. Did we have any tech choice yet for Jumy? No, not quite.
Yeah, just 2 gates into the expansion, no tech yet. We did have some spotter pylons out on the map, but nothing has been committed here from Jumy for the time being. Going for a bit of a later Twilight Council instead.
Shouldn't make too much of a difference, unless if they meet armies at that specific point.
Yeah, nothing too crazy yet. We're just calming things down. Again, we had just a very explosive last game that ended quite suddenly, but now we can, we can embrace something a little bit longer. Ideally, previously we had the Adepts wreaking havoc and just really being the MVPs for both players in their own way, but now we're a little more attuned to it, I'm sure.
Yeah, gotta take a bit of a breather here.
Oh.
But then again, I mean, never mind.
Let's go.
Never mind. Excitement's all the way.
Yeah, exactly.
He sets up shop with the stealthy boys, ready for some aggression. This could be tough. There's no Robo, correct? There's no Forge.
Yeah, there's no Robo, there's no Forge, there's no Stargate either. I mean, I know you said that you haven't watched too much PvP as of late, but this is a way for the game to just end. It can be very, sudden, where the DT rocks up, and then it's just GG then there, but thankfully there is a Robo on the way for Sebesdes.
No, like I said, I tried playing a bit of Protoss on ladder recently, and this is definitely a way I've died before. This definitely happens, and I realize it's like... full pants down, oh no situation where it's
Yeah,
like, I'm caught. This is terrible.
Does happen. Hallucination
No,
Scout.
no.
Hallucination does see everything, actually spots the reinforcing pylon and spots the Dark Shrine as well.
So juicy scout right there. Gives him all the information he needs. Probably wants to be a bit defensive right now for the moment. Chrono out an observer as quickly as possible. And then just wait for the arrival of the DTs for a moment. Or would you even wait for it right now? Jumy, he's only making one of them. He knows the hallucination flew by there. He could have known. So maybe the investment here is just going to be the one DT. A little bit of another moment where it felt like we were going to jump right back into the action again, but a good choice not to really commit here that much.
Yeah, exactly. As sebesdes, he is very well secured back at home. sebesdes' own proxy is going to get caught out as well, so nice catch by Jumy. But as Jumy's army's out of position, sebesdes is going straight for the third.
Alright, has to rotate back. That shield battery gonna be blown apart before any stalker makes use of it. And then a little bit of a surround there. A couple of stalkers tries to blink on top of those to take them down. Sentries get targeted now, and this is a tough fighter call, but it looks like the reinforcements just being closer for Jumy really helping out here.
Yeah, Jumy, he does barely hold on. As you said, he has the defender's advantage, does reinforce in time. And meanwhile, sebesdes back at home. Probes are now going to be going down to the DTs. He slips into the main.
Oh, how did he still get in there? Oh, that's a recall. Oh, it's just an observer. Yeah, okay.
Is the recall on the observer. sebesdes, he still maintains his main army still across the map. But again, he is going to be stuck back home, at least with some of his supply.
Oh, that's tough. 4 stalkers that he keeps there. And also an observer. That's so much money for just one Dark Templar.
Yeah, cannons are now being thrown down. Cannons are stationary, so the DT getting a pylon in between the bases.
My goodness. What a sad way for a game to go.
Yeah, as we do see sebesdes trying to commit him, but there's an immortal back at him to defend.
Okay, one immortal for sebesdes here as well, ready to take some initiative, but the bleeding forward. Jumy, aggressive, decisive, master numbers here, and sebesdes wishes him the best. A lot of G's right there. sebesdes giving it his all, but just being nipped away at. And slowly but surely toppling over like a tree having, you know, a couple of axe swings. Anyway, I don't know what I wanted to say with that analogy there exactly. But he toppled. He toppled over. He was a mighty tree, and he had a good run here. He had a really good run.
Yeah, it does topple over like the happy tree that he was. No longer. The smile has been taken away, and Jumy will advance on in his stead into the grand finals. GG.
Indeed. The Dark Templars making their play happen there. And, yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. Just because, like, the tools, they felt like they were there, but Jumy just a bit too quick, a bit too precise with the movement of those units. He knew what to look out for, when to go in. And, yeah, just making it so difficult for sebesdes to deal with that situation there.
Yeah, despite the scouts, we saw sebesdes attempting to be aggressive. He was called out multiple times. Jumy, he was ready back at home. And despite being scouted, it's still impressive that his DCs were able to get some damage done, able to tie up supply as well, keeping it back at home, keeping it pinned back. And yeah, with that, Jumy did overwhelm. Still a very good result, though, by sebesdes to make it to the semifinals, to take down Gerald on his way to the semis as well. It was not an easy run for sebesdes whatsoever.
A good run. A good run. One to be proud of. But, yeah, Jumy in the finals now against Trigger. I kind of hope for a lot of aggression again. Not gonna lie. This is more exciting.
I'm sure we will. I'm sure we will have that here. As you mentioned, we're getting into the grand finals. But before the grand finals, as we get ready, as we hop on over to the American server, as of course Trigger is living in the land of South Korea. So we have, you know, in a sense, a Korean up against a European, Trigger up against Jumy in that best of 5. But before the finals, we have something special, Kozan. We have something a little bit different here. We have a raffle to conduct.
Wonderful. A quackle.
A quackle? Yeah, yeah. Okay.
A quaffle. Oh.
But essentially, when it comes to our tournaments, when it comes to events like the Sparkling Tuna Cup, of course, our tournament's very top heavy. You know, top two do get paid out here in Sparkling Tuna Cup. But to spread the love, we have a nice little participation raffle available as well. Doesn't matter if you got knocked out in the finals, if you got knocked out in the first round, you are equally eligible here for 5 USD.
That's always nice.
Yeah.
That's always nice. Spread the love.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And here we go. We do have our raffle being set up. We have 13. We had a big bracket today. We had 31 eligible players in today's tournament. And this week, hold on. One of these days, I'm gonna get like a little drum set so I can like do the drum roll. One of these days. For the but this week, the random raffle winner is the Zerg player from the UK. There we go. You got my back. You got my back. Congratulations to Eva from the Platinum Heroes.
Woo!
GG.
Eva! That's nice. A little skip in your step once again.
Yeah, just a way to spread the love, just a way to incentivize the participation as well. Again, we've had plenty of like amateur players like win tournaments here. Oh, sorry, win the random raffle, like diamond players.
Win the prize money.
Yeah.
No, it is fun because then, like, no matter what, you can say like, yeah, no, I won money in an esports event once.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's not exactly how you think right now, but I showed up.
There you go. And
learned how to boot up the game.
Yeah.
Then...
See, and then it makes you play again, and then you keep then you improve, and then then you get hard stuck in Diamond, and then you start playing Warhammer instead.
Exactly.
I know.
It happens to the best of us.
It does.
Let's see. There you are. In the bottom left side, we have ourselves the Blue Protoss fighting for Basilisk Gaming. It is Trigger.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the German Protoss player, the green Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Jumy.
Both had their metal tested already in a lot of PvPs right here. So they're warmed up, ready to go. And the Protoss Rage is right underneath their fingernails. So here we are, straight off the bat. That is not a pylon to just get in his head. No, sir.
I love that Jumy, he GLHF'd after he threw down the pylon. Let's go. As we are setting up here for a proxy gateway right outside the natural of Trigger.
That could be tough. Trigger, he doesn't quite take the read. I wanted to say bait, but it's not a bait this time around. That pylon is not there for a very, very different reason this time.
Yeah, so I'm a little bit concerned. So from the side of Trigger, I don't know if you noticed, Trigger, he went for a single gas opener. He went for a gate into Nexus before the Cybercore. Very greedy build here out of Trigger. This is a little bit more standard on Ultra Love just because of the ramp coming into the natural, so it's a little bit safer to set up on the low ground. But Trigger went for a very economic build, and this is going to work out wonders here for Jumy.
Yeah, you might want to try to keep that probe on the... Ooh, actually, Trigger running away with that other probe as well. I'm not sure what that movement was about. Why did he move that? Was he was checking for a proxy, wasn't he? And he didn't see. He went the wrong way.
Well, he was chasing the probe. He was chasing the probe. The probe did lure him out towards the left-hand side instead. The first Zealot has arrived. Stalkers are going to be massing. Now, Jumy is not going for a one-base all-in. Still aggressive, don't get me wrong, but Jumy is actually expanding.
Alright. Now he should definitely know 2 shield batteries in production. One getting cancelled there because, well, again. Actually, Trigger, I think he might just be okay here.
Yeah, Trigger, he's holding for the time being. I mean, he is going to be overwhelmed by some of the production, but already a couple hits going up does force Jumy back. Trigger, he's holding his own, and again, there's a reason why we see these more economic builds on Ultra Love. The ramp, the high ground, the elevation does actually give you quite a big advantage defensively here for Trigger.
Yeah, for sure. You can be in front of those gateways in the cyber core. Still get a couple of extra, well, first shots off. Shield batteries there. I mean, yeah, it makes you wonder where Jumy should be trying to take this from here, right? Because one advantage is kind of that Trigger is pinned to this location, right? So the map's kind of open, except for the natural base of Jumy. There's a pylon being locked in. Something to keep tabs on what's coming out of the gateways.
Nah, don't worry about it.
Why did he put that pylon there? Why?
I think he was trying to lock in the probes in the mineral line, but I don't think he was quite able to pull it off. So unfortunate. As you can do that specifically for that, like, for that center patch. You can lock them in.
Right. That has not happened yet to me.
Okay. Thankfully.
People aren't good enough. Someone's gonna snipe me on ladder now when they see me. They're like, okay, this is your time. I'll let you experience it.
Oh no.
Robo coming in here for Trigger. He set up shop there. The Twilight Council for both players, either about to be ready or ready as well. Trigger just in a little bit of a advantageous position, as they say.
Yes, Trigger, he defends very well back at home. He's across the map. He forces the full wall off here as well. And as you mentioned, he's getting to that immortal production that much faster.
Yeah. But I don't think he's made all the plays he needs to in this game just quite yet. There's definitely still a place for Jumy here in this game, regardless of that gateway going down with the pylon there momentarily. He's grabbing that third base. If he can contain Trigger a little bit longer, that would be lovely.
Yeah.
Get some more defensive setup for that third, right? Try to ride that high of map dominance.
Yeah, map control, map dominance, 100% right, Jumy.
That's the word, yeah.
As he is containing Trigger. Trigger, meanwhile, he's throwing extra gateways. He's getting to six gateways here for Trigger. Blink is on the way, Prism as well. This setup here from Trigger, on the one hand, yes, he's being contained, but it's almost looking like he's setting up for a 2-base all-in.
It does kind of have that feel, doesn't it? Might have to strike through the Stalkers then. Blink is about to be ready, so there's no way Jumy isn't going to get himself out of here as soon as he kind of sees these numbers. Might kill one or two units before he does, but no, he's playing it more safe than that. Oh, you know what? Going to reinforce here.
Yeah, so the gateway is
going
to
do is try to get behind this army, right? If it moves out any further, try to get behind and then just walk into the natural.
Yeah, we could like force a base trade or just force the recall back home. For now, it does try to pivot around. He's keeping Trigger busy. Meanwhile, another gateway being set up for a counterattack for aggressive warpins.
I think this is great play for Jumy. He's just kind of like dancing with the blue army. I don't think you want to engage it necessarily, but as long as this ball of green Stalkers is here, it's very uncomfortable for Trigger to move any further away from his base right now. Yeah. Right, because he can just rotate behind and he can just jump onto that probe line when Trigger's not even halfway across the map yet, you know?
Oh no, yeah, exactly, because we do dive in. Prism almost gets one shot. The War Prism barely does survive, but it's so close to going down. Trigger has to be so careful to babysit that War Prism as he does finally break out and he's forcing Jumy back.
Yeah, he's pushing them forwards. He has enough Stalkers really to kind of make two groups right now. Jumy's still trying to get the rotation going, get some of his Stalkers stuck. But will now have to watch tower. Oh dear, that is just so many Stalkers available here with the Immortal as well for Trigger. And Trigger, the first heavy pounces on that third base. 13 probes falling. Jumy, I don't know if he has the numbers here.
Exactly. I mean, he commits to the base trade, and Jumy, he is wreaking havoc at the natural base, but as you're mentioning, Trigger has just such a large army pushing to the natural as well. There's a wall of Stalkers for it. Jumy is trying to hold on, trying to trade as best he can, trying to stem the tide. Another Warpin is coming in, but Trigger still has an overwhelming force.
He's trading out all right. The blue Stalkers very preoccupied with a couple of gateways there as well, but they are melting through. Doesn't matter that they lose a bit of inefficiency there in the overall fight because they just have so many of themselves. A recall right now. Jumy committed to the fight in the main base. Can he hold?
The Immortal is exposed to the Immortal is going to be targeted down. Not too bad. Meanwhile, the Stalker count is still in favor of Trigger, and he doesn't have to go in. Trigger, he killed the natural, he killed the third, and Trigger he still has both bases.
20 to 11 probes. Yes, double the worker count, even though they're both abysmal numbers. Jumy now in a position where you're scratching his head, not quite sure what to do, really. Remakes the Nexus. I think that's an okay shout. But whatever you do, it's gonna be tough for him.
Yeah, it really is.
He decides.
It's one of those things with Jumy, he's up in probes, but he can't really make use of that economy here. Like, he's still stuck in the one base. He has to counterattack in some way, but the army is still in favor of Trigger. He can maybe try to out-control Trigger. It's still going to be difficult, though. It's still going to be a tough ask. He's trying to dive in.
Okay. Keeping Trigger there. I don't think it works out the way anymore as it did previously, right? This engagement where he tries to just keep this army here because he no longer has the base advantage. How to do this? I mean, Dark Templar. They seem quite far away, and there is a robotics facility available for Trigger, of course. So. Even that seems like a stretch. Even if he could get like the Dark Shrine right now instantaneously, it probably wouldn't help him out too much. What else is there? What else is there?
Yeah, I mean, rushing into DTs, rushing into disruptors, of course. Potentially,
I can see disruptors still getting something done here. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Like teching in a bit of a weirder way could try to bring him back, or of course, like blinking into the main, like trying to counterattack, then recalling back home, trying to get some kind of economic damage. But as you're mentioning, right, the pressure is on Jumy, right? Like Trigger, he can just chill. He can just rebuild. Jumy has to do something here to bounce back.
Yeah, going for the Templar Archives. Probably just a strong force of Zealot Archons. It can do well. But I don't know. I don't know if it's swingy enough, you know, if it has enough potential to fight against a higher supply army.
Yeah, it's hard to say as that Trigger, he does catch the army, and this is still going to be going in favor of Trigger, just chasing down the Stalkers. Jumy has to get the hell out of here, and he gets caught out. Yeah,
it's 81 army supplies versus 46, almost doubling right now. Jumy has gotten back on the work account, however, so at the moment, we're again in a position where if Jumy manages to keep this game going, eventually he will start to recuperate, he will start to replenish his numbers. But as we have arrived in that part of this game, again, we see Trigger starting to move across the map. He's ready to put a stop to that straight away.
Yeah, he just rises everything across. Again, it's going to be 36 Stalkers to the 14 Stalkers of Jumy. Does have a couple of Archons, but they're more ideal against Zealots. Not as ideal against Stalkers. And Trigger, he can't just force his way up this ramp. He can force his way through. GG gets called, and Trigger will take game number 1.
Solid stuff. Solid stuff. Holding the aggressive, cheesy kind of gateway at the front door. Honestly, I thought that would do more just because of how greedy that was defensively, right? Just going for the Nexus before the Cyber Core, and about as greedy as you can really get.
Yeah.
It didn't matter. It didn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, I assumed when we saw the pylon, I assumed it was gonna be like a proxy robo and a 1-base all in. Like I thought we were gonna send it. Instead, it was like more of a half measure, right, out of Jumy, going for just the gateway, then expanding himself, and likewise, he was never able to really overwhelm Trigger the way that I'm sure he was hoping. So, yeah, as you were pointing out, like the initial opener out of Jumy left much to be desired.
It happens. It happens.
And with that, we're now getting into game 2. As a reminder, if we didn't make it clear, because it's the grand finals, not a best of 3, best of 5.
Gotta run with the punches sometimes, you know. Sometimes you throw a swing and it just doesn't connect the way you want it to. Anyway. Here we are in the top right side, the blue Protoss player fighting for Team Basilisk. It is Trigger.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the German Protoss player, the red Protoss streamer zone. It is Jumy. Sometimes you get the layup, you come in with the 3-pointer and you fumble the ball, right? Sometimes you fumble, the aliens, they get your DNA, and then bam, suddenly, Space Jam. It happens.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I've seen that documentary. I've seen it, yeah.
I've seen it reenacted in YouTube essay formats.
It happens.
Yeah.
And then they play basketball. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But we have both players this time around opening up safe. That's it's the less enthusiastic way to open up, but it's probably the smarter way. Feel the waters here a little bit. Yeah. Today we haven't seen these two head off the bat with this. There's a kind of the same openness, and I always like it when they do in a way in a mirror matchup, because then you kind of really get a feeling of what the state of the player is that day.
For sure.
Is something. What do you think about this? Because I feel like in a lot of other sports, it's quite often like described with like they're talking about conditioning, and they're talking about like the right mindset or something like that, or just having a little virus in their system or something like that, like the state of the player. I feel like it doesn't. I don't know if it has a taboo on it as much in StarCraft or something like that, but I don't know. Maybe it's just like maybe I'm on Reddit too much, and I just read too many people anticipating players to be like perfect every single time, and like machines that have built up a repertoire, like a script now that they just execute perfectly every single time. Sometimes you can have a bit of a cramp in your hand, right? And all of a sudden that could influence your StarCraft game. You could. There's so many things.
100%.
You could have had a bit less sleep that day, right? And anything could happen, and you could be a bit less aware of the minimap. But Like, I asked you a question, and then I started talking for 2 minutes. So what do you think about this?
I mean, it's one of those things where I 100% agree, right? So, we see it very often, especially in the online weeklies, because there are certain top tier players that play so often. I'm referring to players like Dark, players like Hero, players like Clem, and Max Pack. Specifically, those 4 players play in everything. They play in every weekly tournament, and there's a lot of variance in how they perform. And again, a big reason for that is, right, their form, right, on the day, you know, and that's what the weekly tournaments often come down to, is who is the stronger player on the day. It's so different as well compared to a a more prepared formats, like in a premier event where players in the lead up, you know, they have like weeks to prepare for specific players, for specific matches. They rest up ahead of time, they acclimate to the time zone. In weeklies, it's none of that, mate. You just it's you on the day, you know. Are you on it or are you not? It's a very different kind of vibe. And you get to experience that a little more.
Yeah, it might have something to do with like just it being an online thing as well. So we are seeing some units moving across. I'll get back to that. I'll explain more of that point if you want later down if you ask about it. But right now we do have an Immortal, 4 Stalkers coming forwards with this Warp Prism. This could pack a bit of a punch as there's no defensive structure yet set up here for Jumy. Trying his best to hold on. Force fields aren't that impactful with the Warp Prism around.
Exactly, behind this it was a robot opener out of Trigger. He is forcing his way through. The shield batteries are helping, but that one Immortal, he doesn't care about your shield batteries. The boys are being pulled. Jumy trying to hold on. He does die for the Prism.
He gets that Prison out of probes, coming for that Immortal with no place to go. Only 2 probes falling. That's pretty good. And he holds steadily. 41 probes remaining in the banks. That is not too shabby.
Yeah, very committed play there by Trigger. He was hoping to break his opponent then and there. Jumy, he holds, and what does he do? Takes a third base immediately to maintain that economic lead.
Grabs it. And he will hold on to it. Little observer here for Trigger is going to catch wind of it, so he knows in what position he's in and what's coming up next. He even sees the Stalkers moving out on the map. And Jumy's setting up a point of reinforcements there, so he's gonna, you know, secure this third base with a bit of aggression on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this before. The goal here for Jumy should just be to contain. He could try to break in, but pushing into Immortals and into shield batteries is not going to be easy. But the Immortal is on its own. The shields are triggered, and there is potential for Jumy to die.
Hallucinated Phoenix. Oh my goodness, that's aggressive. Just barely. Come on, one more time. Does get it. Couple of Stalkers bite the dust, but getting that Immortal, that is very important to keep those numbers low here. If you want to contain your opponent in this sense, in particular.
Yeah, exactly. Once a Trigger hits critical mass of 3-4 Immortals, then he can break out and expand, but until then, he's stuck at home.
Exactly, 2 right now, and he has to keep them spread out as well, of course. It's a tough situation for Trigger to deal with, but he is walking this line quite carefully.
That he is, as Jumy again just looking to contain, doesn't look to dive in, is saturating his third base behind this. Dark Shrine on the way from Trigger.
Once again, we are going to get ourselves some stealth, boys. A staple right now, it seems, in the PvP matchup.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you said it before, right? It's one of those ways where you can catch up if you are behind. And Trigger, he is behind, right? He's down almost 20 workers. He's down a base. He's down in the economy. He is committed. He has to do something crazy to catch back up.
Exactly. It's a shame he lost that Warp Prism earlier on, actually. Will need to get himself a new one. That is just because of, he has to thank Jumy for that one, of course.
Yeah, exactly. As Jumy is now reaping the rewards from that third base. We have Gateways finishing up. He's getting into charge behind this. Meanwhile, Trigger does actually catch Jumy off guard, picking up a couple of Stalkers. Not too bad. Likewise, Trigger, he does stumble across the proxy, so he's going to be able to clean this up as well. And Jumy has to get ready back at home with that charged out army.
Seeing that timing of the robot makes me wonder if Jumy maybe overestimated his position right there. They thought, you know what, with a good reinforcements point, I might be able to break him here.
But yeah, now, well, he does have his robo. He does have an observer ready to go. He's got himself the Archons in production as well. Will take a moment, but I mean, even cannons are in production. It's going to come down to these DTs, isn't it? How well do these DTs avoid that observer, avoid those cannons? Actually, he's just making Archons with them.
Oh, he does make Archons back at home, but he's got 4 DTs across the map in that prism. And here we go. We have 1 DT towards the third base. We have the rest headed towards the main. There is a cannon in the main base. There's the cannon main, cannon the natural. Jumy reading this very well.
Oh, wow. A quick spot on that one prism right there. The Stark is warped in. It's going to try to get on top of that cannon, but a great ult position for those probes. It's going to stop this dead in its tracks without achieving much of anything.
Yeah, exactly. Jumy, he defends back at home. He shuts us out. For the most part, there's still 1 DT getting a pylon in the main base, which can't quite be stopped. But here we go. The Observer has arrived, and Trigger, he doesn't commit to any kind of push. He is trying to reestablish, or I should say, establish his own third.
He needs it. He needs it desperately. He needs to fill it up with probes as quickly as he can, and hope that Jumy won't be pushing the issue anytime soon right now. Although the immortal numbers are looking pretty for Trigger. The upgrades, actually, well, he's getting +3 right now. It's going to be a while. Thought for a moment he may have an advantage there, but unfortunately, no. Jumy just seeming to be either tied up or ahead with most metrics.
Yeah, exactly. The DTs, they had to get more done. Again, if they weren't cannons in position, then maybe we could have brought it back here. But again, the cannons were ready. Jumy, he was prepared, he was secure, and now here comes the push. Jumy, he's up 40 supply with a massive amount of charge dots and Archons.
He needs that choke right there. If he can get in a good position here, needs to find it. I think that's probably the best one he can get at the moment. Alright, really commit. I don't know if he should. I don't think he should, right? I don't think Jumy should do this. Correct? I mean, that's a lot of Archons. Oh, okay. Now he
he can collapse
now
on this.
Now he can do this.
You're like, can he do this? Then he splits up. You're like, oh, he's got this. He's
okay. I trust this now. I trust this. Look at that, man. The surround is so strong.
Yeah, he collapses in from multiple angles. Archon Cells, they just collapse on the main army here. The Immortals are exposed, and the Immortals are going down one after the other.
Slapping down Rhodos Justice. GG is called. Jumy takes a W.
Yeah, GG. Jumy does take it, does tie things up. We have a series. We have a back and forth.
It's always nice in the finals.
Sure. Also, when it comes to the previous line of thought that you had, not gonna lie, as soon as you said, like, you know, like I've seen, like, you know, in competitive real sports, when it comes to player conditioning, you know, I've seen on that documentary, you know, when the aliens, when they take your DNA, the players, you know, suddenly, like, you know, they're looking more fatigued, you know, they're not quite what they used to be, they're not quite at their best, you know. Yeah. Okay. I've seen that as well. I can confirm.
We've witnessed.
There you go. We found.
I think it's an interesting thing because, like, if you're in an online setting like this, right, it's a lot more difficult to kind of get a read on the player, the individual, and I think it's just more obfuscated, which makes it easier to ignore it as a thing.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely can be. It's definitely something interesting to think about as well. You know, it's something that's brought up very often, at least when it comes to like certain events that are running that are not lined up with the player's proper sleep schedule. Like Bjorn's an animal. We've casted many an NA weekly where Bjorn rocks up and Bjorn played like 3 tournaments before it. I'm messaging him. I'm like, mate, did you sleep like in between tournaments? He's like, mate, I'm so tired. Like, Bjorn's like, mate, I just played like 12 hours like straight of StarCraft. I'm gonna keep this going. But I was like, oh my god, like the stamina, it's insane.
He's an animal.
Yeah, he's an absolute animal. I don't know how he does it, but yeah, some people just don't break. It looks like. Anyway, in the bottom left side, there is a man who's blue and Protoss. He's Team Basilisk. Trigger.
Let's go. And spawning in the right hand corner, we have the green Protoss player for Streamer Zone from the land of Germany. It is Jumy.
Someone wants you to take that DNA now.
Oh no. I start. Calm down, Papi. Calm down. Oh my god.
How well do you play basketball?
Oh no. Is it has to be the same like storyline for the second movie, right? Like, is it also like a basketball that like takes their powers? Is that a thing? They do that again.
I don't remember.
you're like, it was not a memorable movie. It's like, okay.
I don't think so.
No? Mate, that's like the core part of the movie.
I don't think so. No, again, it was a second screen kind of situation.
Yeah,
Paid full attention to it.
Uh-huh.
And the plot just didn't really grab me that much.
It's fair enough. Let's go, as this is what we wanted out of game number 1 on Ultra Love. Not a proxy gateway next to the natural. Instead, in the dead center of the map, we have a proxy robo. This is going to be the one base all-in out of Trigger to take a lead in the series. Let's go.
Could be a scary moment there.
Oh.
Twilight Council is in the back, trying to keep it hidden.
Yeah, so Trigger...
Both players trying to do some mind games here.
Yeah, so Trigger's going for the one base all-in. Jumy going for a Twilight Council before expansion, so really fast blink here from Jumy.
We'll have to see.
Oh no.
It will be blink.
He is also setting up a proxy across the map as well. Like both players are playing one base. They're both being hyper aggressive in their own ways.
It depends on when one of them starts to press the issue, really. Because if one of them is just in the middle of the map still, that could be devastating. So far, Trigger, it looks like he will be the first to pounce.
Yeah. Is going to be popping in. Meanwhile, yeah, as you mentioned, Trigger, he does have that first immortal. He's going to be coming across the map. The Prism is on the way to reinforce as well. There's full off back at home, and Trigger, he's pushing in. Jumy back at home. Blink is not going to be a factor. No, not in the first fight.
Oh dear, coming in, has to pull the probes right now. Only 3 of them falling, but that is some hurt being put on the green Protoss units right here. That Immortal, he does carry his name well at the moment. Especially with the Warp Prism now to ferry him along. Granting that vision.
Yeah, I mean, it gives vision.
He needs to have those perfect shots.
Yeah, and now he has his own blink essentially, right? Not aggressive, but he has like his own defensive blink. He can micro back. He's building up his immortal count. Second immortal has arrived, waddling across the map as well. Jumy trying to hold on. Thankfully, that proxy gateway is actually impacting this as he has extra warpins back at home. He has a 4-gate setup. Oh.
Ooh, very aggressive. Doesn't target the immortal just quite yet. Needs to take down the Warp Prism. There we go. But that was costly, man. That was incredibly costly.
Exactly, but the force field, he does actually cut off the army in half. The Immortals are not going to be a part of this. Stalkers, they fight head-on against the other Stalkers. Shield battery is out of energy, though, and Trigger, he's breaking through the force field. It is soon going to run out, but there's a second force field.
It doesn't seem that salvageable at the moment. That force field is going to drop. The Immortals will get themselves in the main base. Actually steps out of here.
Trigger pulling away. Jumy overreacting. Pulled the boys for a moment there. He was a little bit terrified. There's the energy overcharge. He's got another force field.
Trigger either wary of another force field hitting him or... Oh, no, he's on the ramp. Oh, he didn't see. Oh, that is unfortunate. Didn't quite expect the re-entry of the main base there. And, well, Trigger takes game number 3.
GG. Jumy, he had the sentry, he had the energy, but unfortunately he was not quite paying attention. He was focusing on his own stalkers, sniping the robot in the center of the map, and he looks away at the wrong moment, misses the force field as well, and Trigger takes a lead.
Setting himself on match point.
Yeah, he's on match point. One more game, one more win is all that Trigger needs here to claim the series. Meanwhile, the pressure is now on Jumy to bounce back and to force the ace match.
He tried some aggression of his own with a proxy gateway.
He got proxy roboed.
Are you insinuating something, Kozen? Do you want Jumy to proxy the robo instead? Is that what you're asking for?
Maybe. Maybe I do. I mean, it is just so strong, isn't it? It is such a strong, volatile attack, to be fair. And it can go horribly wrong. But when it doesn't, it just works out incredibly well. Anyway, regardless, let me double check if I'm on your camera. Here we are. In the bottom right side, 2 points on the board. He's fighting for Team Basilisk, carrying the blue collars. It is Trigger.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents just sending his probe immediately across the map. Let's go! Has he answered what we've been asking for? He's setting up a proxy, the German Protoss. It is a Jumy. See, this is the best part of PvP. Let's go.
Ooh, okay. 2 gateways straight at the front door.
No gases.
We'll be committing a forge there as well.
Yeah. No
As
gases.
as you get.
Yeah, two gates. Zealot into cannon rush.
Is Trigger gonna be prepared? Look at that probe movement now. He came back from the... He's like, no, this is a normal probe.
Yeah.
A normal timing. Don't worry about it.
That was a big...
This is some...
Wait, that was a big brain move.
Genius. Yeah, really, truly something. It's such a tiny movement, but it worked out perfectly for him there. Trigger's still checking places on the map, however. It's the wrong places. And there's the proxy.
Jumy with the spray. Cannons are on the way. Trigger, he sees. The gateway is within range. He sees the cannons. Trigger, who was setting with his own proxy across the map, but now has to deal with what's coming his way here as cannons are on the way.
Trigger managed to block off the probe, however. There's no pylon or whatsoever on the high ground. So the cannons will need the Zealot or the probe on the high ground here. If there's some units that can force them backwards.
But this pylon's going to go down. The pylons are falling. The cannons are within range. They can shell away at the gateway as well. Sentries are coming, but sentries, are they going to be enough here to deal with these Zealots?
Yeah, no, the sentries here, I don't think they were the right choice, unfortunately. They could have been if it was just a little bit sooner, and they could have kept those Zealots further away. Right now, the front door is going to get busted open.
Yeah, nice force field saving the gateway, but the pylon is going down. Depowers one of the gateways as well, and now he's going for the other gateway. Can he bring it down to 2 Zealots? And the sentries, they're going to be able to deal with the Zealots slowly over time. Another force field.
Oh man, this is a gateway getting dangerously low right now. Another cannon on the high ground being warped in. Time is ticking for Trigger. Needs to act quickly.
I mean...
But I don't think there's a lot left to do.
Yeah, there's a cannon in the main as well. The Zealots, they dive in. Shield batteries, they do hold the line, but there's no production. That was the last gateway going down.
The sentries, they're invulnerable, however. And the probe making new structures has come down, so there's now no longer high ground vision. Jumy will have to find another avenue of attack, as long as Trigger's on top of his force fields.
Yeah, okay, so Trigger, he's holding.
Okay.
He's holding onto the main base. He's rebuilding his gateway. He's rebuilding his 2 gates, I should say, getting up to a 3-gate setup. Jumy, does he expand? What's concerning to me, Cybercore. He proxies his Cybercore as well, so he is so committed out here. Like, we can't just expand and abandon this location.
Oh, no. I think we need a Nexus there as well at some point.
True, just yeah, take
so
the space.
So we can recall back and forth. Yeah.
Yes, Trigger is scouting, he's got the hallucination, checks the 3rd base, checks the other location, and does confirm the proxy.
Such a weird place for this game to be. The 2 adepts now fighting the 3 sentries. I'm not sure how that engagement goes entirely.
Yeah, the sentries, they hold their own adepts, they shade into the main. Probe's going to be going down, but ooh, one adept does fall. And Trigger, he's stabilizing, right? He's stabilizing. He has an Immortal. He has a War Prism on the way as well. Like, Trigger has an army. Jumy, this is all he has. 2 Zealots and a Stalker. Warp Gate isn't even done.
Behind this, he's trying to get himself a Stargate, and I'm wondering what else he could do. If this Bastion falls, that is so much of his investments down the toilet. And he can kiss this game goodbye, and this is his last life in the finals. He needs to keep these structures alive. By whatever means he can. The Stargate, if he can get himself an Oracle here, maybe even a Void Ray, maybe like anything, honestly, could help tremendously. The Phoenix, yes, that's perfectly fine as well. Get that lift up on that Immortal as well.
Yeah, 100%. Anything here, really. There it is. Phoenix is on the way, as you did mention. Meanwhile, the army diving forward, trying to dive on that prism. But last Trigger, he is very careful here with this control. He does pull away.
Ooh, okay, does stay on top of the micro here, and that's just rough to see. All the Stalkers are gonna fall. The Bastion of Green will be destroyed, and with it, all the hopes for Jumy. And GG is called. Trigger takes game number 4 and wins the finals here.
GG. Good luck in the next round, as Trigger is our champion. Trigger, he will claim the series. Well played. Jumy, he fought back. He fought his heart out. Tried to cheese the hell out of him as well, but unfortunately, it was so close. Trigger, he bought enough time, got the Immortal. He survived. He wins. GG.
GG. A lovely day. A lovely day of sparkling tunas.
Ah, exactly. Trigger, he is this week's sparkling tuna. Ah, let's go. And thank you so much as well as Kozan for joining me. I know that you're maybe not as used to this like more online Open Cup format, but you know, kind of like a marathon of matches, marathon of, you know, series after series after series, and a lot of PvPs as well.
Yep. Some lesser known territories for me, and yeah, I can feel. I've just not casted as much recently. It felt like a marathon. It wasn't that long overall, but it felt a lot longer to me. It's impressive. It's impressive you keep this up all the time, Light. Hats off to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Kurt. And thank you so much for joining me as well. It's always a blast to have a fellow caster alongside me to join in and to, you know, discuss the intricacies of Space Jam. It's very important.
Yeah, man. I had a great time with you. Thank you so much for all your hospitality and just being your lovely self, man. I can always get some great loves from you. So yeah, it's very much appreciated.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it myself. I appreciate the kind words. And also, for those that are curious, I'm sure there are a lot of people that are tuning into the CranKy Ducklings. They're like, hold on, I have not heard this voice before. Kozan, why don't you let the people know who you are and where they can find you as well?
All right. Yeah, we do have some streams with professional Korean players. A lot of high-tier matches that happen on the Supers channels. You can see them a couple of times coming around on the Team Liquid pages. We have a group of 3 people, and we cast some high-tier StarCraft 2 in our lovely, idiotic ways that we do. And we try to have a great time with it, right? We got the Italian Aiko that is providing great top commentary, Queen Azilis and myself. We all have our own day that we stream on, or we present it on the Twitter pages and stuff like that. And then we just do a best of 7, between 2 players. It could be Dark, it could be Bjorn, it could be Hero. Most of these heavy hitter Korean names we invite and give them some scraps to fight over, right? And get usually pretty amazing matches. But anyway, it's on Super Sevens. That's the name. Mm-hmm. That's the precise name. I'm rambling again. But yeah, it's Super Sevens. If you enjoyed my rambling or my something else, I don't know, but I'm there most of the time. I'm feeling a bit tired here today as well. But it's okay. It's okay. I had you with me, and that was a lovely time. Yeah, I appreciate it.
We got through it. We got through it together, mate. We got through it together, and I did just post a link in the chat. So again, Kozan usually casting with his team of casters, not on Twitch. It is on a different platform, mainly a Korean streaming platform, but still, friendly to international viewers. And the cast is in English, and as you mentioned, just plenty of amazing matches. We actually go over the results whenever we have the podcast. We do have like a weekly talk show. We go over all the events of the week, and whether it's the Super 7 show matches, whether it's some of the other invitationals, always a lot of really good matches happening over there. So do check it out. Do watch it live over on the Suit platform.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. All right, lovely.
It's good stuff. Good stuff.
Trigger, congratulations.
Oh, of course. Congratulations to Trigger, our champion for this week. This is a weekly tournament, by the way. I do apologize to those in the chat that have been looking for more sparkling Tuna Cup action. Because I'm sure you're aware of this as well, but we have been having a bit of a break with our tournaments just because of Masters Coliseum, Little League Cup. There's just been a lot of StarCraft going on, so we did kind of postpone our weeklies for the month of January, but now we're back. We're back on a weekly basis.
We're a lucky bunch of nerds. We truly are. Even looking now at all the stuff coming up there, it's just an endless array of great StarCraft 2. This Thursday, actually, we'll have Creator versus Beyond as well. I'll be there casting that one as well. A best of 7 coming up.
Let's go. Again, you want to check out Creator versus Beyond in a best of 7? Then check it out over on the Super platform, over on Super 7. Do you know who you're going to be casting with, Kozan?
I will have a solo cast.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yes, we usually have solo cast, and then we just, one day I'll be there, one day Aiko will be there, and the other day Queen Azilis. All great characters, fun, lovely people. I promise you. I promise you.
Yes. All the Alpha X casters. You've been around for a while.
Yeah.
For a long time.
Exactly. Yeah, a lot of people know about the Alpha X's, and they've seen a lot of the YouTube videos and stuff like that. King of Battles is a big one that comes by, but some of us are still kind of doing this as a smaller hobby, and still providing some little pocket change to some of these Korean players now and again. Just because StarCraft 2 is great, man. StarCraft 2 is a lot of fun, and I get distracted quickly, but casting is one of the ways I can fully get all my attention on this beautiful sports, and it's just a great time. It's a great time, man. Yeah, that's all I'll say about it. I'm mumbling, stumbling. It's all right.
One final thing here, of course we can find your casting over on Soup. We can find you covering some big Korean names, but I believe you also have a Twitch channel, and do we have any potential streams on the horizon, Mr. Kozan? Maybe.
Oh dear. Well, maybe I'll do some drawing streams or something like that. Something, I don't know. It probably won't be StarCraft 2 related.
Okay.
That's the thing. That's the thing. Like my StarCraft 2 skills are not fantastic, right? I've reached Master Leagues a couple of times, but never really high up. And then I was like, man, this game, there's now too much to do, and it's too hectic. Yeah. But yeah, stuff like that. Probably not, but I'm very inconsistent with it. I would, the supers thing, that's kind of where my heart lies. I like those people. I would like to, yeah.
Fair enough. So check him out. Yeah, check him out over on Soup. Otherwise, thanks so much for watching, everyone. Thanks so much for tuning in. So the next time we see you is going to be next weekend, Beyond vs. Creator.
This Thursday, actually. This Thursday, that's at 12 p.m. CET, and that is at 8 p.m. KST. Although there's probably not a lot of Korean people watching right now.
They're there. It's all good.
They're there? Yeah, really?
Yeah. I saw Home One in the chat earlier. I saw LunaSea in the chat earlier as well. Some of the players. Sure, they'll drop by.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Well, maybe they watch me sometimes as well.
Yeah.
That could happen.
Sure they do.
Lovely.
And maybe some drawing streams in the future. What do you draw? Any kind of like? Do you have like a theme for what you try to draw, or
what I try to draw? Right now I make a lot of heads. I like to make cartoon heads, stuff like that. I can hold on. I can give you a quick little picture here. There's nothing vulgar. I drew something on the Home Story Cup as well.
Okay, but, you had to emphasize that. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a cow.
There's a cow. There's some Marines as well. But yeah, right now I just like to mess about and figure out different like drawing styles for cartoons and see what the shapes do when you just like mess about with them a bit more, and see how far you can push things with like the shapes of themselves. It's drawing stuff, right?
Yeah. For sure. Looks good.
That sort of things.
I'll say that Marine is being very unsafe with that chainsaw, by the way.
Yes, he is.
Oh my god.
He is.
Be careful, man. Be careful. But meanwhile, for those that are tuning in, for those that maybe want some more of the CranKy Ducklings, then you can check us out over on our YouTube channel as well. We do stream here on Twitch, we stream on YouTube, we stream on TikTok, Facebook. We're all over the place, all things CranKy Ducklings. We just wrapped up with our Sparkling Tuna Cup, and we will be returning tomorrow with the Wardy TV Monday. That is going to be in around 23 hours time, so just under 24 hours. We're going to be back. We're going to be live with the Wardy TV Monday. Likewise, throughout the week, we have the OOC Season 12 Championship, we have KSL, we have the Pigasaur Monday, Lima League, and many other tournaments. Again, we are live here on a daily basis, typically twice a day as well, so plenty of content, plenty of casting, plenty of StarCraft here on the CranKy Ducklings, and we might even see the return of Kozan in the future as well. It was a lovely time, and we're always happy to have you on. Always happy to have a fellow caster on the channel.
Nice, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, like, if you have something, that seems cool. I probably won't do, like, a weekly thing, but, yeah, I mean, it's fun. I definitely would love to come back.
Oh, good. With that, thanks so much for watching, everyone. Thanks so much for tuning in. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the Wardy TV Monday. Otherwise, at Kozan, do you have anything else you want to say before we head off for the night?
Thank you very much. Like, honestly, I want to emphasize it. It's appreciated, man. I asked you to help me out here, get some more publicity on the Super Sevens, and get me in on a lovely day with some StarCraft 2 casting with you. And you're just always ever so polite, ever so pleasant, and it's appreciated, man. It really is.
Always, Pappy, always there to help out, always. Again, we have a lot of close ties with the people over on Alpha X, and we've casted together before as well. So yeah, with that, thanks so much everyone for watching, thanks so much for tuning in. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, Papi, ciao. Hasta luego.